Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech SAP FSCM BCM training course. In today's business world, managing cash flow efficiently is paramount. SAP FSCM BCM or Biller Direct and Cash Management is here to streamline your cash management processes. Today, we're diving into the fundamentals of SAP FSCM BCM. In simple terms, SAP FSCM BCM simplifies billing and improves cash flow for organizations. It's essential knowledge for finance professionals, business owners, and anyone interested in financial management. In this course, we'll dive into SAP FSCM BCM, covering core features and implementation tips. Topics include invoice management, payment processing, dispute resolution, and more. Suitable for all skill levels. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Now 1. BCM process. 2. Electronic bank statement in SAP. 3. Statement monitoring configuration. 4. Recap of treasury process. 5. BCM and business process configuration. 6. Transaction manager. 7. Configuration for fixed deposit. Let's dive in.
So BCM will include payment approvals, payment monitoring. So whatever payment is gone out from SAP, so we can use this for tracking approvals, and the tracking will include also a couple of say, for example, host-to-host connectivity, semi-automatic, like that. So we will discuss how this is done. Then how cash balance tracking and bank statement monitoring can be implemented. So when we receive bank statements, that can be tracked as well in BCM. And there are standard transactions which can be used to see how GL balance and bank statement balance are matched. Okay. So what are the primary components in creating a payment process? So this is, I would say, standard SAP. Manual payment clearing, we use F-53, approval process of bank platform, because we create a payment and then we generate a file. Okay, then it is loaded on bank portal. Then we have some approvers who connect on on bank portal like City Direct, and they have some tokens. They use that tokens for approval. That is purely manual. And plus there is an even more manual process. We don't generate any file from SAP. We do payment in SAP, then we log in on bank portal, we do that payment there, and we use approvals. Simple. So there is no file also. Then second, when we generate file, and that is loaded also manually. Third, when we have fully automatic process, we generate a file. Then as soon as it is generated using a SAP batch job, that is loaded on bank portal, again automatic. And then we have approval on that. Approval process can be dual or can be even on SAP, and there won't be any approval on bank portal. So that can be decided by a business, how they want to do. In some companies, I see like they just want approval on SAP. In some, they want like on SAP plus they want on bank portal as well. In some, they just want on bank process, on bank portal. So it depends. How do they want? Then process 1. Manual payment posting, then bank portal entry, bank approval process, and online confirmation. So that's what in legacy system people used to do without any automation. That's a purely manual process. Then it is kind of a semi-automatic. Payment proposal using F110, payment proposal review. So they just download in a spreadsheet, they send for review to disbursement team. They review, they just tell them like these payments need to be blocked, unblocked. They do that, and after that they edit, payment team edit the proposal based on the disbursal team comments. After that, payment execution is done. Then manual bank file transfer to bank. So here we introduced F110. Automatic payment program. Earlier, last SAP, there was no bank automatic payment program. It was a manual payment, F-53. You guys are aware like what is F110? So F110 is automatic payment program. So that transaction can be used to pay off all the vendors based on their due date. Okay, and so for example, if we are running that today and we select documents like all the documents which are due till 10th of next month, so it will select all the document, it will pay them based on their due date. But manual process is purely manual. We need to run that every day based on the due date. It's simple.
So Rohit, why don't we use F110 for our deal payment?
F110 for?
Our deal payments.
No, we use F111, and once we have that IHC implementation, because we are making payment based on what we generate after TBB1, because TBB1 generate payment keys, and payment keys can be selected only when we do payment through F111.
Okay, so
document, yeah, that's a little bit different process. And once we have IHC implementation after F111, we have to run F110 in case we are doing any further clearing process. So that's a little bit lengthy process we do. F110 can be used when we are doing payment through IHC, when we have integration with IHC. That is in treasury. For example, when we implement IHC, after F111, we can introduce a new step that will be used to clear, for example, at the time of F111, we generate an account entry in payment clearing account. Further, then payment clearing account will be used to pay off from your IHC bank account, because IHC funda is something like that. You will be using a centralized bank, an IHC center bank for payment or collection. So in order to do that, you have to execute F110. You can't do that using F111. So that process is a little lengthy if you have IHC in system. But if IHC is not there, F111 will be used for further payment. F110, F111. So the question was asked was, why can't we execute F110 for that? Because at the time of TBB1, we have payment keys generated. And in order to use these payment keys, you see payment keys or payment request, whatever you say, these are payment requests. So because payment request should be, or it is mandatory to use this payment request for payment. But there is no option to use payment request in F110. So it is mandatory to use F111. So when you use this, one second, let me show you in the screen itself. So this is automatic payment transaction for payment request. If you see, now I'll show you F110. This is automatic payment transaction. So the only difference is here we can use, we have to use, because we have to clear the payment requests which are generated based on the treasury cash flows using this transaction TBB1. But if I use directly F110, how will I clear the payment requests which are generated? I can't, because this F110, there is no option to use payment request. That is purely vendor customer payment. That is number one. But in case you still want to use, you can still use, like for example, once your F111 is done, you can again use F110 in order to, like, you in that case you have to use one more clearing account in between. For example, at that time your accounting entry will be, say, security account debit to payment clearing. That is at the time of BB1. Now at the time of payment, you will be doing payment clearing debit to your bank outgoing, for example. This will be the entry at the time of F111. Now, in case you wanted to use F110 and you want to have IHC also in picture, because once we have IHC, then at that time, IHC clearing account will be in picture. For IHC outgoing, that will be used for payments. This time, say for example, this one is gone, so IHC account will be debit and outgoing will be credit. I'm just taking an example. So that time, this payment will be actually going at this stage, not this stage. So this is where IHC will have an extra entry. And this is when you have pure play BCM or treasury payment. But when you have IHC, after this, you have to execute F110 also, because you want to use IHC account, not this payment clearing. Because that time we use IHC clearing, not this payment request clearing account. That's the difference. And that's the only reason people does not want to implement IHC, because that's a little bit lengthy, though it's automatic, but still it is a lengthy process. Any questions? So
I got it.
it's not, we cannot use F110, but there has to be a different process alignment, because F111 has to be there. We can't remove that step in between. That has to be there, but F110 can be executed after F111, not before that. Okay. Because in order to post your cash flows generated after treasury deals, you have to clear those payment requests you have created. And payment request is something which is standard format. That's a mandatory in order to pay off your cash flows. Because if you see that business partner, there is a checkbox when you create payment request. If payment request checkbox is not created, you cannot pay. And this is mandatory. This step. Yeah. Tell me. You were saying something.
No, I said I got it.
Yeah, okay. All right. So we'll discuss more when we start IHC. So till now, I think only this you understand, because IHC will create more confusion, because that's a little bit complicated. I don't want to give you any also, like IHC is still a big question mark, because if you even one thing, like if you Google like IHC user manual or IHC user transactions, you will not be able to find anything on Google. I can tell you. You will only see configuration documents, and that will not be even complete. But user transactions is not even on Google. It's not even on SAP press document till now. It's been long, like it's been years IHC has came in market, but there is no SAP. Even you will be able to find anything about treasury, like user transaction, how to post that, and you will be able to find BCM user transactions, how to use BNK money. But for IHC, you will not be able to find any single document for user transactions. I can challenge. Anyways, you can check that. But we will do that in detail. So never mind, we will do that. Okay. See, there is always a contradiction between IHC and BCM, because when BCM is giving all the features to track your bank statements and plus to track your payments, then company always debate like, why do we use IHC? It's just to centralize your banking system, as simple as that. Because when you have different regions, like say you are in North America, you are in Asia, you are in, then some company want like, let's centralize our banking. For say North America, we will have one IHC center, and we will use currency wise banks. That's it. We will not be using multiple banks, so that we can negotiate with banks with our forex rates. See, it's only that time when you have multiple currencies in picture. When your company size is very big, then you have lots of banks. You just want to reduce your transaction rates. So that's only the thing which IHC from some company thinks like, let's have IHC in place. In my company, we also have IHC, but there are lots of issues. So till now, like we went live in March this year. So till now we are not stabilized. There are like issues in bank chains we create. There are multiple bad jobs we have created. So there will be issues. So, but BCM comparing to IHC is quite simple. So IHC is a little bit complicated to understand and to stabilize that system with IHC after we implement. See, if you have BCM, so as I said, like, so whatever company they want to automate their process, right? So the automation can be done using BCM. They provide end-to-end automation to track your payments, and rejection reasons you can get easily, and you can even see what time your bank statements were coming. If you can set an alarm in system, like if it was coming on 3 a.m. every day, why it is used to delay now by 30 minutes. So there are lots of tracking option in BCM. So there is always a question mark. If we have everything in place, all the automations are working fine, why do we use IHC? So there are few steps which are quite similar, which IHC also provide. So there is always a question. It's just like you want to centralize your banking system. As simple as that. So that's what one definition I understood as so far. So so that you can reduce your bank charges, your transaction rates. So if your company is paying lots of charges annually or monthly, that's when you think like, let's have IHC in system. Let's spend money on that. So and that's the reason only few companies are having IHC. And if you compare BCM versus IHC, there are more companies having BCM than IHC system. Okay. All right. So even when we start IHC, I'll explain you what are the features, and then you can differentiate BCM versus IHC. And this is again one option 3. First, we create payment proposal review, same step, payment execution, then file transfer to bank. That is automatic. So there are different route we use, like we can set up RFC connection, we send using Swift connection or PGP, FTP route. So there are different routes. So there, when PIPO team comes in picture, so they do that connection for us. So we have nothing to do with that because the functional team does not create these connections between SAP and bank. We just need to tell them like, this is a bank file and little bit critical data. So encrypted file should go. Okay, and which file format we want, that has to be, this discussion will be done with the web team, and we need to give them functional specs like which format we want, whether we want XML, we want TXT or whatsoever. Payment normally go in XML nowadays, so we use XML file, and then we tell them like, how do we design this file, what sort of information will that carry. So that has to be given by us. Then finally, once everything is done, payment is done, we get an email confirmation from the bank like payment is proceed successfully, is done successfully. If there are any errors, they have to provide rejection reasons as well. Okay, so this is option 3. Now there are many options, by the way. So payment proposal review, same step, payment execution, approvals in SAP BCM. That's where standard transaction we use in BCM for approval. We have to first, of course, define approvals. We need to give them access rights. We need to provide, say, for example, who will be the first approver, who will be the second approver, something like that. We need to design that workflows. Then automatic step, once approval is done, file will be sent to SAP. So this was the pain area, I would say, because when we don't have BCM in system, right? And we want to set up approvals process in SAP, then has to be, even that has to be customized, because in standard SAP we only have workflow process which will generate an inbox entry, but in order to customize based on the amounts and all, we have to see what are the options available. But BCM is like, works perfectly fine into the solution. This is a perfect fit for payment approvals. Okay, then as soon as it is approved, it is sent to bank for approval. So bank for payment, then automatic confirmation. So this step is with SAP BCM. Now, how do I design a better process? Of course, it's not IT decision. It's obviously business decision. We need to explain them. These are the various options which I have just shown you. Option 1, 2, 3, 4. Then they have to decide which suits their pocket, which suits their budget. And after that, we have to implement. Because in some cases, and by the way, like if your company size is very big, they will have local banks as well. And local banks are such a pain. So for example, if they are dealing only with multinational banks, say Citibank, Deutsche Bank, JP Morgan, and Bank of America, then host-to-host connection is very easy. But if they are dealing with local banks, regional banks, then they don't know even how to set up host-to-host connection. They are just kind of government banks, same as State Bank in India, another localized bank. They don't know how to set up this. So in that case, you cannot set up this connection. That will be manual. But in our company and most of the company, what they do, so they ask their multinational bank, say Citibank, that we are going to give you a good business, like all the payments will be done through your company, your bank for entire region, but you have to deal with the local banks. So whatever file we are going to send you, it will have all the payments, be it will be paid from Citibank or it will be paid from local bank. So we will send you the file. You need to send the instructions to local bank so that they can pay, or that will act as a pooling. So they will send money to city and city will pay on their behalf. So that is between bank. So this is what we have done to avoid any, and that is done for even bank statements as well. So local banks send their statements to city, and city consolidate and send one statement each day to us, and that is loaded. So that is what we have to do while dealing with these banks, because local bank will be there if you're working in a multinational company, which is having global presence as well. Any questions? Or you guys face this issue already? Like you have local banks and host to host connection is difficult to set. Because I face this issue wherever we have implemented this. Local banks are like that only. It's difficult because it will be turning to a couple of years implementation for just host to host. I'm not talking about BCM. It's just a simple automatic electronic bank statement process. BCM is far away. Okay, so BCM connectivity and overview. Option 1, payment in SAP. Then SAP bank communication management in between, approval. Then once approval is done, in between we have middleware. So middleware we have just use a generic term. So middleware can be anything, Swift, PGP, FTP. So that depends on our company policy. Because in some companies they think like Swift is not secure. In some companies they think PI or RFC is not secure. So it depends. And in my company, we use, when I've done this first time, we use PGP FTP route. There is a file transfer protocol we use using Swift. So that was even because we have to check company firewall settings also, because in some cases, if your firewall is that secure, it will not allow your Swift connection to flow from one system to another system. So that again is a big issue with companies. Then it will flow to bank, and one bank payment is done, confirmation will be sent back. So this is option 1. Option 2. So here, as I said, is same. So middleware, after middleware is done, file is encrypted through Swift. It will be sent to bank, and bank will send the confirmation back. And Swift also charge for transactions, by the way. So it is not free. Swift charge per transaction or per file, something like that. I worked long time back. I dealt with them, so they charge some amount for files transfers. Option 3, payment. Then SAP BCM. Then we have manual transfer. So there is no automation. So once approval is done, we download the file. Okay, we download the file, save somewhere in desktop. Then we upload that on bank portal manually, and then bank send us the confirmation. So this is option 3. There is no connectivity. Now, now we are starting with BCM. Earlier it was just a process. So in BCM, we have 2 main characteristics. One is payment management. So under that, we have payment process approvals using workflow, file transmission status, payment status. Then file transmission status means like if you have sent the payment file, whether that was received by the bank, accepted by the bank, or processed. If not, if there is any error in between, like payment medium generated, or there was some error in the payment medium, so we will get the error status also, error details as well at any step. Then we have bank statements monitoring. So there is another transaction which we use for bank statements monitoring. Okay. All right, so this is the process flow for BCM. How this PI, PO, or middleware comes in picture at what stage. So you will see that in this process flow. Maybe just have a look for a minute, and in case you have any question, you can let me know. Anyways, we are going to do that in system. So it's not necessary like if you have any issues. So in ECC first, we do payment program. So payment program can be with payment request F111 or F110. Okay. Then once it is done, we create payment batch. So there is a transaction we use for payment batching because we generate, for example, we want to generate one batch for Euro and one batch for GBP. So we can do that grouping as well. So once payment batch is done, it will be sent for approval at this stage. Okay. Then once it is approved, file will be processed, payment will be executed and generation. Then once acknowledgement is sent to us, bank will again send a generation like EBS file, that is electronic bank statement, and that will be processed in bank statement upload. Then, and bank statement upload is non-BCM because that is a finance standard process. And once the bank is uploaded, then in the process which is explained in gray color, that's bank statement monitor, which comes in BCM. Okay, so see, if you see these two highlighted in amber color, these are non-BCM, rest everything is in gray, that is in BCM. Okay, so that's where BCM will help you to track whatever you want to track. So it's because you are creating a file that time, right? Because that's the SAP direct debit. It's just you need to ensure like your mandate managers are there in customer masters or not, right? You are generating a file that time also, and that will be again sent to bank. And you are using the same transaction F110.
Okay, yeah, that's what I want to clarify.
Yeah,
so that's
it's just a
it's
just a
SAP,
different payment method. Yeah, it's just a different payment method, but the process flow remains same. Plus, like because we have different regions, and different regions are having different payment methods. French remise, Italian rebars. So there are different payment methods. All will work on BCM straight away. Simply what we do: bank transfers, ACH, whatever. So that will work same. So, for example, if we are doing today is 21. So we will be doing that for 20th because it will be 1 day -1, correct? Like for example, you are saying like before receiving bank statement, you want to see how much
Correct.
in that sense, like for example, like okay, so let me ask you one question: how you are going to, for example, once you receive your bank statement, how will you ensure like you have received all the transactions which you were expecting?
Yeah, that's a reconciliation process. I need to check
Exactly.
my real balances.
So that's the reverse cycle. So for example, you ask a question, how will you check whether all the transaction, what sort of amount you're going to receive? That's again reverse process in your GL reports. You can check, correct? So it's not 100% correct. You can at least approximate say, because that's how your treasury or your bank statement team will tell you, like we have received the bank statement, but we expect there should be few more transactions, but we haven't received the complete amount which we should expect from the bank statement to come. So this is how they reconcile. There is no standard report, okay, in BCM which will tell you, but yes, there is a standard report which will give you as soon as you receive the statement or before statement, it will give you this is a GL balance and this is the statement balance as on date. So by that, if that is tying out 100% 0 versus 0, that means statement is loaded and it is tying out with your GL. But if that is not same, that means you are missing statement, right? There is a standard report, FTR, something like that. I'll show you the transactions. Once you load that, you can see that because early in ECC, we don't have such reports, which will give you comparison between GL balance and your bank statement balance. These are the features of SAP BCM. So I think you asked the question, right, when you are comparing. So this is how you can compare what is not there in SAP ECC and what BCM can provide. Merge payments, yes, because as I said, you can merge multiple payments in one batch based on currencies or based on other inputs. Then approve payments, payment status monitor, bank statement monitor, display incoming status message, like if there is any failure, because in finance and ECC, if there is a rejection, you can't trace until unless you go in the middleware system or until unless you go in the batch job. And that might not give you complete detail, but it will give you complete detail. It depends on the configuration and the messages you write. So that will give you a clear-cut idea what is the issue. reservation for cross payment run media. So that means you are going to create a DME engine, okay, for payments, and that's very easy, by the way, and that will have complete detail in case there is any issue, there is any error. It will send one file from the bank, and which will have which will give you a detail like in this DME file, where is the error exactly, so that you can correct and you can resend. Okay. Status of collector payments, that means again whether it is success, errors, define alerts. So that's very important. So if you are sending a payment file and it's been 30 minutes or it's been an hour, you are sent that file, there is no communication back from system, you can send an alarm, set an alarm, like for example, after 3 hours or 4 hours, it will send a warning or an inbox message to your SAP inbox workspace that you have sent that payment and there is no any information from the bank yet, or you need to log into a standard transaction for that alerts. It will give you this batch was sent, but there was no communication back from the bank. So this is something which we can set, we can trace down then why it is not paid yet. Benefits. Reduction of manual efforts ensures the payment process is automated, reduce cycle time of payment processing. Common interface of payment processing when they are dealing with multiple banks. Payment runs are batched based on various criteria, predefined in system configuration. Workflow-based approval. System ensures that payments are routed through a proper channel with minimum of manual efforts. Payment file is generated upon the final authorization and can be sent to bank directly using BCM. Single point of reporting tool for the status of payments, showing clear visibility to the stakeholders. Merge payments. What is merge payments? So with this function, you can group together payments for several payment runs into one payment run and transfer them together on a payment media. The required functions are supported in the payment programs for F110 using payment request F111 and also in the data medium XM DME. Okay, so it is just you are clubbing a couple of payments together in one and you are creating one batch and that will go together. Okay. Payment approval. So it's simple. You can use this function to display a work list of payment batches for processing. You can, DMA is in a normal language, I would say when you create a file format, when you create a payment file, which will be sent from SAP to bank. That's kind of, you can say a program, which we use to create a file. Because when you do a payment in SAP, you have to send instructions to bank that these are the vendors and these are the line items, these are the invoices we have to pay, correct? So those instructions are nothing but we design in DME, either F110 or F111, whatever we are using. So as soon as that payment is done using these two transactions, system will create a DME file automatically.
Okay.
Yeah. And DME is the data medium exchange. And the transaction code we use to create is DMEE, and we design that XML file. Okay. So approve payments, yeah. Then we have payment approval process continued. So how many approvers are typically required for payments? Do you have limits? Like based on limits, we say up to 5 million, we have this approver, up to more than 5 million, we have this. So these are the discussions, whether we want a digital signature or not. So these are basically decisions before we start with payment process. Okay, so this is the screen where we do the payment approvals. So that's just an example. So first, this screen will be used to create the batches. So once batches are created, we will go to another screen which is used for payment approvals. Okay. So if you see, if you see here, so I give run date and I have kept this identification blank. So if I want to merge all the payments, then I will execute. It will create one batch. Or for example, if we have 5 payments, it will give you a message, 5 payments for payment medium this and payment batch created. Okay. Then you go to PNK money, it will show you the status. whether that batch is there in BNK Money bank payment monitor or not. Okay, it will show you like payment medium was created, or it is sent to bank, or that is accepted by the bank, or whatever. So if there is any issue also, it will give you the error details as well. Yeah, this is a screen which is used for approval. So it will give you, so this is the batch. If you double click on it, it will give you transaction details. Then it will show you the approver. Like if I am the approver, it will show me how many more approvers do I have and what is the limit which is used. If I double click on it and approve, then after that a pop-up will come whether I want to assign a digital signature to it or not. Okay, so if you want to activate digital, normally it does not require, because I never worked on that, frankly speaking, because why do we need a digital signature? Because it's not needed at all. But in case there is a requirement, you can activate digital signatures as well. Then it is gone from your bucket, and if there is any second approver, he will come and he will approve after your approval is done. Final approval. Yeah, so once it is done, payment will be moved from SAP. So it will give you detail like this is a file detail, and file is sent out from SAP, and after that you can check in your payment statement monitor transaction. So we have one we have payment statement monitor, second we have bank statement monitor. So there are two monitors we do. Then we have display incoming status. So once we send out any payment from SAP to bank, then we can check what is the status, if that is success, if there is any error, what is the error, why it was rejected, something like that. Reservation we will discuss in next session. Status, I don't want to alert. So let's maybe hold till this, and we have few more slides. Okay, we have one more. Someone asked me what is DME. So this is DME XML file. This is an example of payment file. This is XML format. So this is how that looks like. And this is what we call, when we create this file, that is called as DME file. Okay, so this is XML. This is a payment file, and this is a confirmation file, which we receive from bank. So if there is any error, that will be highlighted in red, that this is an error, and we have to resolve that.
Yeah, okay.
Nowadays we use BAI2 format, which is the global recognized format, but some companies are still using MT940 or multi-cache. Majority is on BAI2. Okay. All right, so we will park this till now, because next session we will be doing on treasury. We will complete that first, just to do a refresh, because it will take much time to, again, I would suggest, like, before we start BCM, we'll do a quick refresher for 15 minutes, so that you will at least memorize what do we have in BCM before we start the configuration part. So understand how SAP BCM module can be used for payment approvals and monitoring. See how cash balance tracking and bank statement monitoring can be implemented to track missing statements or reconciliation problems in SAP. So in BCM, there will be two main characteristics which will be done. One, payment monitoring, which we are doing like maybe it will be host to host, or it can be semi host to host, or it will be completely manual. That we will see. Then second is bank statement monitoring. Okay, so two monitoring it will provide. So we will cover both bank statement process, like we will do bank reconciliation process also. BCM is quite interesting, so that will include both payments plus bank reconciliation as well. So we will do bank statement configuration as well. Okay. Yeah. Then interface with bank partners. Okay. Then proceed. So now payment approval process. So this is just an overview. How do we do payments in SAP? That can be either manual or automatic. If it is manual, we use standard transaction FTEST53. So that's just we do on account payment, or we just okay. So here, if you see, there are different options provided for how payment process is there in SAP FTEST53 or F110. Be it manual or automatic, SAP does not provide any standard process for payment approval. That has to be done on bank portal, number one, if we don't have BCM in place. So one enabler is if business requirement is to have payment approval process in SAP, BCM will provide a standard solution for that. Okay. So there are different options to have like what sort of payment process we have in SAP. Okay. So first one is manual payment clearing, bank portal entry, bank approval, and online confirmation. That means we are doing manual payment in SAP. Then we are not generating any file. It's just we are doing payment in SAP. Then we are connecting on our bank portal. We are doing payment again. Then our approval, we do the approval. Then payment is done, and after that bank will give you online confirmation that payment is processed. That's purely manual process. Okay. Second option. First, in this case we use F110. Okay. So in that case we do payment proposal first, and we send the proposal to our review team so that they can just check whether required dispersal is in place or not. If they want to block any payment, if they want to block an invoice, they can do that. Once that is done, final execution is taken care, because in F110 we have two steps. One, we create proposal, and second, we do the payment execution. Okay. Once payment is executed, we generate the file, we save that in our system, and after that we just download or upload that file on bank portal. Okay. So that's again, we are generating the file, that is automatic, but upload on bank portal is manual. So that means we don't have any host-to-host connectivity from within SAP and bank. Okay. Then email confirmation from the bank, then payment is processed. So this is option 2. Third option, payment proposal same, payment proposal review same, payment execution same, but here if you see automated file transfer to the bank, that means we have host-to-host bank connectivity in this place. As soon as payment is executed in SAP, file is generated that will be placed on middleware. That means your directory in SAP, and we execute a batch job which will take the file from SAP and pushed on bank portal on required bank, whether it is Citibank or Deutsche Bank. Once it is placed on portal, it will push your payments based on the value date provided, and bank will send you email confirmation based on your payment success or rejected. Okay. This is automated. Till now, we don't have any BCM in place. Okay. Now, here we have BCM, option 4, payment proposal normal, payment proposal review normal, payment execution. So as soon as payment is executed, all the transaction will be displayed on SAP BCM approval screen. That's a standard transaction which is provided in SAP BCM, where approval can see all the payment line items, all the batches, and they can approve or reject. Once it is approved, it will go to bank portal automatically. So this is the step in between, which is executed based on BCM configuration. So as soon as that is approved, file will move on bank for execution, and after that automated confirmation. Host to host we can't, because we don't have any live bank system, right? But yes, yeah. I can show you how that approval can be executed on BCM, how after execution batches are created, and how it is displayed on BNK Money. That we can display for sure. But since we don't have host to host connectivity, I cannot show you how it is file is going to bank portal. How do I design a better process? So that's the question. Like normally being a SAP consultant, when we go for an implementation, so normally client asks us which process will suit us. So it is normally based on company budget and which bank they are into, because it's not depending on budget also, right? Companies having money, they are ready to spend, but it depends on which banking partner they are using. If they are using a normal, like say, local bank in India, say Punjab National Bank or State Bank of India, which they cannot provide host-to-host connectivity at all, because it will take ages to them to understand, like, okay, which connectivity you want. But if they are using some world globalized bank like Citibank, Deutsche Bank, JP Morgan, so they are well recognized and they know how this SAP connectivity will work. So it will not take much time, but yes, they provide, but they take a lot of time because they don't have IT team. Okay, because when you work on connectivity, bank also have their internal IT team who are well aware of SAP configuration, and they have like SAP consultant working for them. Okay, but I worked on one implementation with SBI, but it took ages, and finally we have to scrap that project because we were not able to make SBI understand like what sort of requirement we are having, and like bank statement they are not using first of all BI and all, because that's MT940 BII and other format they are not using. They don't have team. Now I don't know whether they have it or now, but I'm talking about 6 years back. That so finally a company decided to move to Bank of America, and we completed that project with them. But Indian bank, I don't think so they are using still. But yes, now in India also we have Citibank, we have other banks also, which provide. So they have decided to move with that. But local Indian banks, no. But yes, this is the same scenario for other countries also. Say in USA, we have some local banks which they don't work on host to host, and they don't provide BI or anything. So in that case, what they do, even I have followed the similar process. What they do, they do connectivity with one main bank like Citibank, and they tell that bank like, okay, so they have to deal with all the local banks, but we are going to receive the bank statement from Citibank only. But internally, Citi and local banks will have their clearing partner. I mean, first local bank will send Citibank our bank statement. So what Citibank will do internally, they will have some program. They will include local bank transaction coming in the statement, in their bank statement, which they are sending to us. So using that, we will have Citi and local bank statement in one file. So that sort of implementation are also happening nowadays, because I have worked on a couple of those, and so Bank of America is doing that, JP Morgan is doing that. They are having local banks also sending transaction to their bank statement, so that we can load both local plus JP Morgan. So we normally negotiate rates with them, and they charge for that. So this is how local and nationalized banks can do this. Okay. So now BCM connectivity and overview. So now there are different options where we have connectivity with the bank, and what sort of options do we have? First, payments in SAP. Then now when I say payments in SAP, I'm talking about SAP Finance. It's not FSCM. Okay. The first where you see payments, it's SAP FI, F110 or F111. Then we have BCM for approval. So as soon as payment is done, all the batches will be created and it moves to BCM process for further approval. So once it is approved using a middleware. So if I talk about middleware, that's a complete discretion which middleware they want to use, whether they want to use PI, whether they want to use iDocs, whatever. So just a common term, they will use middleware and move the file from SAP to bank after approval. So once payment is executed, they will send the confirmation in the form of payment success or rejection and bank statement as well. Okay, so this will be the incoming file to SAP. This is option one. Now here, if you see everything remains same. The only thing is middleware, it is having Swift as well. So anyone aware of Swift? What does Swift do? What is a Swift function? Any idea?
Can you please explain that? I'm at least completely new.
Okay. So any guesses apart from like what this Swift do or Swift partner? Have you heard about this term earlier? Yeah. Okay. So Swift is nothing but like it is used for confidential bank data. Whenever we are moving from one system to another system, it encrypts the file. Encrypt means no one can open that. Okay. So it is secure. It will make your file secure. And because bank data is always confidential, it will contain your bank vendor or customer banking information, which is not easy to share from one system to another system, because that can be hacked. Okay. So just to ensure that your file is encrypted and it is secure, we use Swift, and they charge for per transaction. Means we are sending one file today, they will charge for that. Okay, so we need to pay for that. So if there are companies like they want secure system to be placed in with middleware, they want Swift also to be there in between. So they are ready to pay their negotiator rates like we have. I have worked on one FTP also. There is a file transfer protocol. So they also have a similar channel to Swift. They also do file encryption. So these are the two, but there might be something. But nowadays, 99% companies work with Swift because that's well recognized with banks. Most of the banks work with Swift. Okay. But there must be there might be other channels also apart from Swift and FTP, file transfer protocols, which are in use nowadays. And there are companies which they don't use Swift; they just transfer file from one to another. Simple. And now my company, if I talk about we use FIS for file transfer. So we have a middleware where first bank file comes to FIS, then FIS sent to us. Okay.
What is FIS?
FIS is they have a cloud system. So it's like kind of disaster recovery, you can say. For example, if bank is sending a file to us and something goes wrong in between in middleware, then that file will not reach to us. Then what happens when system is up, when everything is working fine, in order to avoid duplicate entries, in order to avoid any glitch, we have introduced a cloud in between so that once system is not working, it's down. So it will just move the file only where entries are not posted. It will check. Okay, so it will not. It will avoid any duplication. So, for example, if a bank system is down, then for 2 days, and after that, they will chase the bank and they will ask them to send the file for missing dates. They have reporting also, and the bank will send the missing date files to FIS, and FIS will move to SAP. And other side, like SAP is down. There is some issue with SAP. Okay, SAP is down for 2-3 days, and they will first check till which date statements are posted, and after that only they will they will move only those files which are not posted yet. So cloud service, they provide you can say what we call about OCR services. You know OCR, where we can read characters on PDF as well. For example, if vendor is sending us invoices in the form of PDF, so as that PDF receive, we can have automatic posting. System will read the data on PDF and we can post invoices automatically. So we have that as well. So FIS provide that services as well with integration to ReadSoft. So all the invoices are coming to FIS and FIS will send to ReadSoft. ReadSoft will read based on their OCR configuration and it will post the invoices automatically. So there are multiple features. FIS are giving correspondence functionality as well, where they send different sort of notification to customers based on their regional language, their account statements, their dunning letters, because we don't use dunning no more in SAP. We use different partners. So they provide credit rating as well. So there are different things which they provide. FIS is a big company, big name, because it is before that. Right? How will they say because we are telling them we are sending you file on this and this time, this and this date. So it just matters to them okay, if I want file, I want before this time because this is my cutoff time. If you send after 5 p.m., no one will be working. So it will start my next working day. So you just need to ensure you will be sending file before 4 p.m. If you're sending after 4:30, if no one approves, then it will automatically reject or it will move to next working day. So it just matters to them. So it doesn't matter whether you are sending via Swift or something. It's company security. It's not about bank security. They can suggest for sure, but they can't force you. Right?
Okay.
It's been more than 5 or 7 years. I'm working on bank connectivity, and I started with Bank of America. Then I with my current organization, we work with multiple banks like JP Morgan, Deutsche. So we have regional banks. So every region we have different banks. So we worked on different host to host and different architectures. So it's a little bit complicated, yes, but it is depending on company firewall as well. Because in some companies, Swift cannot be used because of their firewall. And in order to enable Swift, you need to shut off your firewall in some cases. So that's again required. You need to talk to your window team before you enable any middleware. Okay. So see, whenever you are doing any host-to-host connector, you need to work closely with your middleware. You need to work your bases and Windows team, because functionality-wise, it will not be our duty, actually, functional consultant's duty. But as a project lead, you need to work closely with all these teams so that everything will be done on time, right? Because we don't understand middleware. We don't understand Swift. We just need to work with treasury, business treasury team, like which mode of transaction, which mode of transfer they want. We need to work with the bank. We need to work with our internal window or PASYS team or PIPO team so that they can enable everything on time, right? Because first time when I worked, I couldn't understand anything because they were creating FTP route, they were setting up PIPO channels. I couldn't understand anything because that was my first project altogether. So while working like 1-2 years, I started understanding, okay, this is needed for this, so that I can at least use that in my next project. But it's not necessary like during first project you understand everything, because it's all Java coding. When you take, so for example, when you set up FTP route, it's all Java coding. So functional IT, like finance consultant, how will I understand Java coding? So it's not necessary, but it is good if you understand that. Okay. Option 3. So payments, then we have BCM approval, then we have manual transfer. That means we are generating file and we are uploading on bank portal manually. Okay. So again, approval is automatic. So we are just connecting on SAP standard transaction and we are approving it. But the rest everything, we don't have any host-to-host connectivity. That's again optional. Now, BCM introduction. So again, I said it will have 2 characteristics, payment management and bank statements. So in payment management, we have payment process approval using workflow. So here, if I talk about workflow, that's SAP module workflow. So we have a dependency on them. So they need to set up certain objects which will work. For example, when we have any approval in our bucket, in approvers bucket, so they will get an email that you need to approve this. So they need to log in and they need to approve. So that workflow can be set up. File transmission status. So when we send the file from SAP to bank, we can check the status as well, like whether it is success, rejected, it is sent from SAP or not. If that is sent, whether that is accepted by the bank or not. So we can check that. Payment status, again, that is linked with file transmission status. Then we have bank statements. So bank statement monitoring. So we can similarly, same as bank payment management, we can check bank statements also, status and whether how many transactions we received, whether we received the statements for how many banks, how many are missing, so we can check everything. Same as payments. So this is a flow, ECC, and here we have used PI as a file transfer protocol. Okay, so we're using PI, we are sending file from from SAP to bank. So in amber color, it's SAP FI. In gray, it is all BCM or PI. Okay, so just read it through. So these are the different features in BCM: merge payments, approve payments, payment status monitor, payment statement monitor, display incoming status messages, reservation for cross payment on media, status of collector payments, define alerts. So we'll see this one by one. It's coming slides. Benefits: reduction of manual efforts, ensure the payment process is automated, reduce cycle time of payment process. Yes. So if everything is automatic, we don't need to spend much time on proposal review, right? Because approval will do that. Approval will log in and they will approve all the batches which is needed. Secondly, once we have host-to-host connectivity, we have BCM in place, we can just make a frequency. Like for example, we will have Euro payments on Monday, we have USD payments on Tuesday. So similarly, we can, like we can have our payment calendars posted. So we can do that as well. Common interface of payment processing while they are dealing with multiple banks. So when we are setting up interface, we can use same interface over all the banks. So no need to deal manually. Payment runs are batched based on various criteria. See, we can create batches for all the payments. For example, we have on one date, we have done 5 payments. So we can group all these 5 payments together based on a different criteria, and we can move to banks in one go. So there are different criteria. We'll discuss on that. This is part of merge payments. Workflow-based approval system ensure that payments are routed through a proper channel with minimum of manual efforts. Payment file is generated upon the final authorization and can be sent to bank directly using BCM. Single point of reporting tool for the status of payment, showing clear visibility of the stakeholders. So well explained. Merge payments. So with this function, you can group together payment from several payment runs into one payment run and transfer them together to payment media. Payment media means the payment file which we are sending from SAP Bank. The required functions are supported in the payment program for vendors and customers for payment request, and also in the data medium exchange, that is DME. DME is used to design a payment file. That's kind of, you can say, the configuration we do. That's normally done by a web consultant, not by us. Primarily payroll and transfer travel expenses, approved payments. So that's standard program SAP FSCM_merge, which we use for merging of payments. After this is done, all the transaction will be moved to approval screen, where approver can log in and approve the batches which are generated in the prior step. So once they approve or reject, based on that file will be created. It will ignore the batches which are rejected. It will only create the batches, create the file, or move the file for approved transactions only. Okay. Decisions for approval process. How many approvers are typically required for payments? Do you have a limit that guide the number of approvers required? That's basically questions which we need to ask to business. Should you track digital signatures? What is necessary for audits? Can you have an automated transmission? So these are basically questions which we will be asked during projects to business team. Okay, we need to do probing. So this is the payment approval. This is a screen where batch will be created. So if you see on the right side, 5 batches are selected, 5 payments are selected, payment medium run, this was created and payment program was started, batches are created. So it will give a message how many payments are selected and how many batches are created. Okay. So once you get this message, you need to move to next screen. Like approval will move to next screen. Yes, once the payment run is done, after that these batches will be created. Once these batches are created, they move to approver screen and we'll see that approval. So this is a approval screen where you see batch number 14. High value payments, merge ID. So there we need to create rules, okay, in workflow module. Like based on that, it will move to payment screen and it will show you what was the amount of that batch and who is the approver based on the limit assigned. For example, if it is 5 million, 2 approvers will be there. If it is more than 5 million, 3 approvers will be there. Similar like that. So it will show you the rule as well. Okay. Yeah, if they reject it, first of all, it will not go to bank. Only approved transaction will move to the bank. So if they reject it, you need to reverse. It will not reverse anything automatically. So the accountant will need to see which transactions are rejected. They need to reverse it manually. Okay. Yeah. Different user must perform the final. This is just an SOD check. The person who has made the payment, they should not approve. They should not be set as approval. So that's an SOD step check which we should do. So this is kind of a log which will be generated after approval is done. That bank file is generated, and this is a spool number. Payment status monitor. With this function, you can access an overview of batches, group of payment, and see their current status. You can drill down to the payments in each batch and access information on their release, approval process, and status history. So you can get all the information on this screen. Bank statements monitor, it is same as payment status monitor. Bank statement monitor displays the status of bank statement from individual house banks. Information from an external bank statement is adapted using internal bank account information from manager accounting. So it will show you what was the amount in your bank statement and how it is transferred to your subledger and your main bank. That should tell you. So it will give you complete end-to-end information. How many statements are missing, everything. Display incoming status messages. You can use this function to display status messages containing status codes and status reason text. For example, you have sent one payment and that is rejected. So when bank send the confirmation message, it will have a status code and it will have a status text as well. So you will get to know like what was the reason of rejection. Say for example, you send the payment on which is where value date is falling on bank holiday. So they will mention like it was falling on bank holiday and since it is rejected, so you need to regenerate the payment on working day. So based on that, the function can be used for error investigation, such as when batch status has not been updated after receiving notification for that batch. So it will give you a proper detail why it was rejected and so that you can correct and resend the batch. Reservation for cross payment run media. So this is the file which we create. In this activity, you can define the identification that you use to summarize the payment for different payment runs into batches. In order to process this payment run, you use the program. This is standard program, SAP FPAY_merge. So here you can define which multiple payments will be clubbed together in one batch based on company code, based on currency, based on due date. So these are the different criteria which you can use to merge different payments in one group. Status of payment collector payments. That's nothing but to be one company code, but under one company code, you can have multiple currencies. You can have multiple due dates.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So based on that, you can. Yeah. Okay. With this function, you can define, but yes, the bank statement which we receive that will have a cross company code data also. It's basically on the regional basis, right? Because one bank statement will have a data related to multiple company code because that is based on your banks. It's not based on your company code, right? Because bank will not send you, say for example, in my company, I have 200 company codes. They will not send you 200 files, each company code, and under each company code, we have multiple bank. No, they will send say 3 or 4 files based on the timing. Like for example, JP Morgan, I have 4 regions, North America, Asia. So they will have 4 files per region and each file will have multiple banks, multiple company codes. They don't differentiate between company code. They differentiate between banks, okay? With this function, you can define the different alerts. So here, this is interesting. So for example, you are sending one file daily to bank, and that takes normally 10 minutes to reach and to accept. So you can send an alert if bank file is not sent to bank in 10 minutes. SAP will send you an inbox message using workflow module that kind of alert that a file is not reached. There is so that alert you can set if that takes more than 10 minutes. Okay, so that is basically you can check like how much time normally it takes, 10 minutes or 15 minutes, and after that you can just set up an alert. Like if that takes more than 15 minutes, it should be triggering an alert on your email. Okay, so that's just that. File transmission status. So this is again same as prior slide. This is just provided a program which we use to trigger that status. So these are the type of normally we use XML file nowadays for a payment, and this is in the left it is the payment file, and the right we have this is the confirmation file which banks send once payment is processed or rejected. So there will be the 2 status, success or rejected. So in case of success, it will have a confirmation code. And if that is a rejection, it will give you a rejection reason as well. Okay. So these are the 2 forms nowadays we use XML. It can be TXT file as well.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of the bank statement monitor in SAP FSCM BCM? Option A, to monitor and reconcile bank statements. Option B, to manage bank accounts. Option C, to process payment files. Option D, to handle cash forecasting. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to become a pro at managing your supplies? Our SAP FSCM BCM course is here to make it happen. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP FSCM BCM. It's like a toolkit for planning things, from making sure we have enough products to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to some nifty advanced tricks. It's put together by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. The best part? It won't cost you an arm and a leg. This fantastic opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP FSCM BCM Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website. Stay tuned for more updates.
Electronic bank statement in SAP. Okay, so we will do the configuration, and we will try to test one cycle using a demo file, and we'll see how that process. Okay, so first of all, let's understand first what is this electronic bank statement and what is the purpose and how that is used. Okay, so for SAP perspective, we have to have different step of configuration. First, we need to create a house bank in SAP for electronic bank statements. Okay, so first of all, the basic question is, what is house bank? So that can be defined. For example, if we have multiple banks in SAP, say for example, one we have JP Morgan Chase, JP Morgan, second is Bank of America, then we have Citibank. Okay, and so if we have three banks, so will one bank, house bank will be created for all these three, or how will that be? Is it for a different bank, we will have one house bank? No. So for example, in JP Morgan, we have three accounts, A, B, and C. Here also we have three, D, E, F. And here also X, Y, and Z. Okay, so we have three banks. Now let's see first what are the currency of these banks. Okay, so currency will be, say for example, this is A is AUD, then this is INR, and this is for example Euro. Okay, and this is here say SEK, GBP, and USD. USD, GBP, and Euro. Okay, so after having a currency, now the next important aspect is, what is a sort code? So sort code, you know, like what is sort code for banks? What is the use?
No.
What is the sort code defined for?
No.
Okay, so sort code is basically nothing but your bank branch code, which will have the detail of which branch your bank is locating with. For example, if we have three banks with JP Morgan Chase, and out of those three, two are having same sort code, for example, 165001. This is again 001, and this is 165003. Okay, that means both of these are opened at same branch. For example, this is London. Okay, and this is different, like say for example, this is Havant in UK. Okay, so similarly, if these are, like say for example 1000 101, this is same, this is 102. Similarly, okay, so now we have sort code also. So sort code has nothing but the branch locators. Okay, so now based on this information, how do we see how many house banks do we need? So house banks are basically defined at two levels, one bank and second at sort code. So for example, for JP Morgan Chase, we will have to create two house banks, because here we have one bank plus two sort codes. Okay, so here, for example, what we will do, we will create two house banks. One will be JPM01, second can be JPM02. So this code can be anything, up to you. So that 5 digit, that can be alphanumeric, It's not I'm creating JPM01, you can create it. That's fine. So it is basically your, I normally use this, like starting 3-digit can be your bank name, like abbreviation, and after that 2 running numbers. So at least we can control, like till 9 we can use same JPM 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, then 10, 11, 12, something like that. Then for BOA, we can do same BOA 01 and BOA 02, because here also we have 2 sort codes. So 100-101 can be this one, and 100-102 can be BOA02. Same for Citibank. But Citibank here we have CIT01, CIT02.
So what is it called? Short code?
Yes, sort code. Okay, one second.
Okay.
CODE. Okay.
Okay.
These are the sort codes. So in SAP language, we can say it is a bank key. Bank key is SAP terminology, but if you are communicating with banks, you need to use their term, not our term. Because if you tell them we need a bank key, they will not understand. You need to tell them you need a sort code. See, how definition of house bank is needed when we create a house bank. We need to first check how many house banks do we need. So in order to start, first we need to have the list of banks with all mandatory information we need. So for one house bank, what we need bank account number, codes, we need bank currency, we need bank address, then we need GL accounts. Which GL accounts will be assigned to these banks. Then we need IBAN and SWIFT codes. Okay, so SWIFT codes are only needed when we are transferring, like we are transferring to any other bank. Or see, it will be when we create a bank key, when we create a sort code in SAP, we need to have a SWIFT codes, because SWIFT codes are, for some countries, SWIFT codes are mandatory in order to receive and send money. So that's basically on that. For India, it's IFSC code, what we need. But for other than India, wherever we are transferring, we need SWIFT codes. For Europe, it's IBAN. We don't use bank account numbers for European transfers. We use IBAN number. So bank account number is optional. So IBAN itself contain a bank account number, because when you create IBAN, that contains your country code, that is either EU or GB. And after that, you have your bank key, that is your sort code. And after that, last digits are your bank account numbers. That is how your IBAN is created. Okay, so these are the information what you need. So bank account number is again mandatory. Sort code is needed to define how many house banks you are going to create. Okay, then bank currency is again needed, because when you create a house bank, you need which currency your bank deals with. Bank address is mandatory to create a sort code or a bank key in SAP. GL account again, because your bank will have postings also. IBAN, that is needed for transfers, because you are creating house bank for what? Transfers, receipts and payments, right? For that you need IBAN and SWIFT codes. So these are the mandatory information. Any questions so far? Okay, so I take it no. All right. So now once you have all this information, so do you define, like you need 2 JP Morgan Chase, 2 Bank of America and 2 Citibank based on the, so let me have a different color coding for different, so that at least you understand. So this is 2, this is 1, because we define based on same. So if these are having 3 different sort codes, then it will be 3 different house banks. Okay, so just bear in mind, because it is based on the sort code we use. Okay, sorry. Yeah, okay. Now, so once you create house bank, so both of these A and B, AUD and INR will have different bank account numbers. That's for sure, because both currency will have different. It's not like if they both accounts are at same branch, but it's natural that both will have a different account numbers. So how do we differentiate these different currency bank accounts under same house bank? So let's take an example. We are creating Citi. Okay, and house bank code is Citi. Bank key is your 1230001. So bank key is same as sort code. Okay, then currency is say I'm creating GBP. Okay, then bank account number is account 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm just creating any GL account. I'll explain you because there is a different process. Now, so if I have two banks, same information, I will add one more time. Same, but account number will be something like this. Then how will I differentiate? Because both are having same house bank. It's just different bank account number. So I can differentiate using account ID that comes at house bank level. Okay, so account ID can be based on the currencies. For example, it is having city house bank, then I have a currency, so I can create house bank ID as GBP01, for example. And this is again this is USD, so this will be USD01. So if I have one more bank under same sort code, say EU. Okay, so here this currency will be, for example, INR, and this is having same. Now it is again, let's take the GBP. So now we have two GBP accounts. So here what I can do, I can extend the same information. I will change the account number like this. Then account ID can be GBP02 because one is already used. I have additional one more account, so I will add GBP02. Got it? How do we define this? Because this is needed. This is needed to set up a house bank, and that can be confirmed because account ID cannot be provided, because once we get a request to create a house bank, 90% information will be provided, 95% information will be provided by your treasury team, business treasury team. But the internal SAP stuff, they don't know, because if you check with them, like what will be the bank, they will not be aware, because those are functional people, those are business, those are finance people, they don't know. So banky, you need to tell them. So what sort of checks do we have? For example, for GB country, so bank country, for example, it is GB. Okay, so every country have their own length of digit for bank key. For example, it is 6 digits. So you need to tell them, you need to provide a unique code, the 6 code, whether it is the same as sort code or whether it is different. So so that they can provide you, okay, use this one. Okay, you need to explain them what is the relevance of bank key, what is sort code. Sort code they might be aware, but you need to tell them sort code is always same as bank key, so that when they receive, they will tell you. So this is a sort code, and you can create it as a bank key. Okay, let me show you in the screen itself. Let's create a house bank. Okay, then only you will understand. So transaction code is FI12. Okay. Only one bank key can be assigned with one house bank. Okay, so if you have multiple banks under same house bank, means same sort code, then you can have multiple banks. Okay, under that. So for example, company code I'm using one. Okay, I will create CIT01 is already there, so I will take CIT02 T02. So bank country, for example, is GB. Okay, and I will create a bank key now. So 123001 we are taking. Okay, so I will create this bank key simultaneously. So in order to create a bank key, we use transaction code FI01. So country GB and 12301. So bank name is Citibank, region. Say for example, London. So I'm not putting anything. So Swift code. So CIT01 XXX. So let's say I'm taking this Swift code. Okay. So this is created. So now here, so I'll show you first, because there is additional check, because in some cases your sort code is same as bank. In some cases we don't have sort code. So we need to create bank key different. So first we need to check all these country status. Okay. So let me show you first, then I'll go to that screen. Okay. So here, for example, bank key is created. You would select the data. Then you go to bank accounts. Here you can have multiple banks under same bank key. So bank key can be unique. Okay. So if sort code or bank branch is same, because sort code we use when bank is providing you sort code, but in some country, for example in India, We don't use sort code, right? So in that case, we will just see which bank address bank is providing. For example, in India, say it is New Delhi, Connaught Place branch. So under same branch, I have 10 banks. So I will create one bank key that can be any number. Say, for example, I can create 1650001, 1650002. That does not have any relevance in sort code. It's just a number for us, okay? And that will not come from bank. We will create for internal configuration purpose. And after that, I will assign all the banks under same branch with the same house bank. Say, for example, in this case, we don't have sort code, which is not there. It's just a bank key for us. I have just created any number. Okay, so that number does not pay. It's just for configuration sake. So all these are for Connaught Place branch, for example. Okay, and I have to assign these 3 banks, and I will create it here in this screen, one by one. Because at this level, you not get bank keys at suppress mode. So that's why one bank key can be assigned to. So at the time of configuration, one house bank can be assigned to one bank key, but one bank key can be assigned to multiple house banks. So that's very important. When you create house bank, don't create any duplicate bank key which is already there in system. Because in some cases, I have seen in many clients, like they create n number of bank keys, even though that's having the same data, that's having same Swift code, that's having same bank address, that's having same code. So it's not needed. So if that is already there, first you should check in system whether your bank key is existing with the same data already or not. If not, then only create. Now, coming back to other questions, so I'm not creating house bank because there are a few other steps before that. I need to create GL accounts also. So first, let's go back to the screen where there are checks whether your bank key is equal to sort code or bank key is just a bank key. It's just a number. Okay. So I'll go to SPRO, and that check is normally standard, but we need to play around with that based on your business process or requirements. So you should know which screen you need to go if there is a different scenario altogether. I'll show you what are the checks available. So this setting is at country level. Okay. So different countries are having different sort of bank settings. So that's why SAP provide a screen where you can handle this. Yeah, so let's go to GB because since we're using GB. Yeah, this one. So here, bank key is provided as one bank number. That means bank key is always same as your sort code. Okay, so there are 4 options. We use only 1 and 4. We don't use this internally in obsolete. Obsolete is always obsolete. So in 100% cases, it is either 1 or 4. So 4 is bank key is just a number. Okay, so if we use this 1, that means sort code is nothing but your bank key. So you need to get this from your bank. Okay, so whatever sort code bank will provide, that will be created as your bank key. That's mandatory. Because when you receive a bank file, an EBS file from the bank, they will send with sort code. Okay, so it is very important to create that sort code as a bank key, because as per SAP standard configuration, when you create that bank key in SAP and you assign with your banks, that will be populated in your BAI bank statement file automatically. If that is not matching with your bank, what they send and what we upload, it will give an error because you have not created a correct bank key, which is provided by the bank. That's very simple. But in cases where your bank key is just a number, in that case, bank will send you a file with a Swift code, not with the bank key. That's the only difference. Okay, because they have not provided a sort code. On those regions, they don't use a sort code as a bank key. In some countries, it is bank number, that is sort code. In some countries, it's just a number. They use a Swift code for tracking purpose. Clear? Okay, so now there are different checks altogether. So for example, bank account number. So here I have given 8 length. That means for GB countries, bank account number length will be 8, and here maximum value length without gaps. So maximum we can use 8 and there won't be any gaps. So we can use 5, 6, 7, but not more than 8. So these are the standard checks which are provided by SAP. Okay, we don't normally touch that, but based on any additional scenario which they have to, because the legal requirement may change anytime. Okay, so that time you may need to change as per a treasury request. Like so there are banks which are more than 10 digits. So here you need to make it 10 instead of 8. So that SAP will accept. If you use 9, SAP will give an error. Okay, then so there are different rules. So you just go to and see which rule you want to apply. So here it is given as 8. So if you give length to be kept exactly, that means no 7, no 9. It will be accepting only 8 digit. It will not even accept 7. Okay, so that's where SAP provide different rules and are assigned here. So bank number length, that is sort code. So 6. So maximum 6 can be provided. So length key. So if we use here 4, that is external. This one. So here, if I give anything or not, that will not make any reference. So here I will give a length. Say for example, bank length will be 6. For GB country, I can give 6 maximum. That's what the rule provided. So that's, you can play around with this based on the company requirement. So this is a screen where you can define your bank controls. So any questions related to sort code and bank key till now? If not, we can proceed further. If no, please ask questions. There might be different scenarios used in your company. So maybe you can explore and see how what they are using. Okay, so now once you have this setting in place, because normally we don't touch that because it is provided by SAP and that is based on what are the best practices. But in case you want to change, you can change based on your alignment with Treasury. Now, so once you have your this template ready, which house bank you want to create, after that you need to finalize your GL accounts. Now, in order to have electronic bank statement configuration, first bear in mind you have to create a different set of GL accounts. Okay, so there will be main bank, outgoing, incoming, bank charges, for example. 1 second. Okay, so main bank is nothing but your main bank account, which will be used for bank reconciliation purpose. So that will be ending with 0 always, because as per the configuration we do, it is better, it is mandatory, not better, to use a similar sequence of GL accounts, similar series of GL account for all the banks, because we don't configure electronic bank statement based on banks or based on company codes. It is always configured at client level. Okay, so it is better to use a similar same series throughout all the banks for GL accounts. And outgoing can be ended with 1 or can be ended with 2 or 3, but incoming can be, so it's vice versa. So if you are using 1 outgoing or 2 outgoing, this can be 1. But this should be same throughout all the banks. Bank charges will be, you need to create a GL, because for this, these 3 we have to use masking. I'll show you what masking is. We create a rule. So we don't assign a GL account physically. So we assign the series, so that at the time of posting, SAP will pick the GL account automatically based on the series assigned to it. Okay, so bank charges we need to create and we need to assign. That will be a P&L account. Okay, so now let's create 3 or 4 GL accounts and we create 1 house bank. Okay, let's create that first. City. So there are GL accounts, but let's copy it. We can create new. Let's say we're creating 200 because its main account should be ended with 0. So that's the reason I'm creating this one. Account group, current assets, balance sheet, city, main. We are creating, say, for example, Euro. Okay. And the currency should be same as your house bank currency. It's not like should be other currency. Then this should be, you can create G01 or G005. That is your bank account. So that's your say. So here it should be post automatically because main bank should not be posted manually using a journal voucher. So it should be ticked post automatically, mandatory. Else, if someone posts a JV, it will be difficult to like match your bank statement balance with your main bank. So it should be ticked post automatically. So I have to create different set of GL account based on the currency. It's not only one. So here, for example, I'm using here Euro. I'm creating for Euro.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have
So basically,
banks for USD and GBP also. So there will be like in my company at present, I'll tell you, I have almost say 600 plus GL accounts because we are having like 4 regions and we have many banks. Like you can count, like when we were doing some banking consolidation, that time we got to know like we have more than 1200 banks throughout globe. So 1200 banks. So every bank will have 4 or 5 set of GL accounts. You can imagine how many banks we are having. And that will be like, if your bank is not having bank statement, it will be only 1 or 2. If that is having bank statement, that will have 4 or 5 banks. So as many bank, but it will be multiply with your bank number of banks. Okay, so that will be, so for example, now I'm creating Euro, then I have to create USD, then I have to create GBP. It will be like this. Every currency will have different banks. This is done. So let's create incoming and outgoing also. This can be post automatic, this cannot be. So it's basically company decision. They want to post manual payments, manual collection. So this should be unchecked. This should be open item also. Then CA balance sheet. Let me check. I think accidentally I have not changed the currency for this one. Yeah, this should be Euro as well. Okay, so bank charge is already existing. So I will have created 3 GLs. Let's create a house bank now for Euro currency. CIT02. And I will use country GP and the same bank key which I have created. Once it is done, I go to bank accounts, new entry. Okay, so this is Euro. I will create it as a Euro 01 and description will be Citibank, Euro account, bank account number, then Euro. GL account is 200200. Now, so any guesses what does this alternative account used for? Any guesses? Like maybe you guys have worked already on this process. Where do we use this alternative bank account? Any guesses? Okay, so see, this house banks is used for multiple purpose. We use for vendor payments, we use for customer collections also, and we use for bank statements also. Okay, so in some countries, same bank account number have 2 purpose. For example, say for when we pay off our vendors, this bank account number is used. But when we receive a bank statement, what bank is doing, they are prefixing few digits before that. And that can be your sort code also, that can be any digit. So in that case, we have to use this alternative bank. But as far as I have seen, it is always your bank key. Okay, so for example, if they are using bank key in front of that, so the bank account number will be 456. 1 second. Huh? Okay, so in that case, if I don't add this, I keep it blank, and my bank statement is having 123001, and after that 123456, I will get an error that bank account number is not matching. So in that case, I have to add here plus in the configuration of electronic bank statement. That's a standard error. I'll show you both the scenarios, and first let's get this. When loading the statement, I'll show you both the scenarios, how to do that. And it's very simple to read a bank statement and change this. Because earlier when I didn't work on electronic bank statement, now I have done multiple implementations, so it's very easy. It's not difficult at all to read that and how to resolve the issues with bank statement. It's not complicated at all. Okay,
Yes.
I have displayed one BI2 bank statement file. Can you see that?
Okay.
Okay, so this is the bank statement file which we receive from SAP, from bank, sorry. This is BAI format, which is nowadays every bank is using, and we are loading the same in SAP. Okay, so now this 01 tag contains your bank header data. So that is mandatory. Okay, so this means this file is coming from Citi direct. That means that is Citibank portal which generates that file. Okay, and this 166.03302 is your sort code, and this Citi SESX is your Swift code. Okay, and this 9040101596 is your bank account number. So 02 contains your Swift code or your bank key, and after that your statement date 9th July 2018. 090618 is your statement date. And then is your bank currency. And after that 03 tag, this one is your bank account number. This is your bank account currency again. And after that it's just a normal narration. We don't use that. And these are the two lines. This 88 is your note to pay information. Means when you are posting any bank statement transaction, that may contain your narration of that transaction. Say that is bank charges, or that is commission, that is your vendor payment or customer collection, whatever. That will have that detail. Now the 16 tag, 16 number is your transaction. 699 is your external transaction code. That is your transaction which is coming from the bank. 699 can be used for, say, for example, clearing of your subledger, bank subledger. For example, when you do vendor payment, accounting entry is vendor debit to outgoing bank. So this leg contains clearing of your bank sub GL, for example. Bank sub GL will be debit and it is crediting to main. So it is transferring the balance from outgoing bank to your main bank. Okay, so that is the purpose of this. And this is the amount 27,000. And this is a V for value date. The value date is 7th July 2018. And this is your closing tags that contains your closing balance of bank statement. Okay, so this is how you read. So this is not created for the bank which we are doing. So we will change this first based on our bank, then we will load it. Now, we were discussing about this alternative bank field. For example, our bank account number is this. So I change this bank here. This is the bank account, okay? And the currency is euro. I will change the currency as well here. Okay, now, if I have something maintained here, 123001 and 123456, this is my bank account number, and alternative bank account number is when it is filled, that will be used in bank statement. If that is blank, this one is selected. That's normal rule. If that is blank, this will be selected. If that is filled, this will be selected. So here I have to change. So this file is coming from the bank. In case we are getting this bank from in the bank statement, I have to have this bank in this field, and this will be assigned in my electronic bank statement configuration. That's mandatory. Else bank statement will not be loaded. And the purpose of that is, that means we are using this bank account number for vendor payment or any correction, anything. But for electronic bank statement, we are using this number. This is normal case. In case of Bank of America, Europe, we use this purpose, this scenarios. They have a different number for vendor payment, and we have different number for bank statements. That's a normal process.
Right, quick, just back to that ABS statement you just showed.
Mm-hmm.
The 88 is what?
Mm-hmm.
what's the, I get the rest, but that 88 is, what does it represent? Is it just like a
88
reference?
is, it's like a reference, you're right. So it's
Reference,
like,
okay.
in SAP terminology, we call it not to pay information. Let me
Okay. Yeah.
not to pay. That is nothing but kind of reference or transaction information, but
Information, yeah.
transaction relates to. Okay?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so now this bank is created. So now first part is done. Now let's go to bank statement configuration. Now, in order to start this configuration, first you should have BAI2 format or MT940 format with you. Okay, so there are two types of formats nowadays we use. One is BAI2 and second is MT940. Let me type this for you. Most, even 80%, more than 80% are using BAI2. And we have MT940. So these are the format of bank statement. Okay, so whatever your company is using, you need to request that format from the bank so that you can configure, because every format will have different type of external transaction types. There are 3-digit transaction types which are nothing but a nature of transaction which will be received in the bank statement. Similarly, I have shown you 699. That's the nature of transaction. So based on that, that will be configured in SAP, and based on that transaction type, accounting entry will be hit. Okay. So first you need to request that so that you can configure. You need to have a list of external transaction, and in front of that you will have like what will be the accounting entry. So it's not your job. Your treasury team will provide you. Okay, this is the transaction type, so this accounting will flow. This is a transaction type, this accounting will flow. Based on that, you need to configure this in your electronic bank statement configuration. So in order to do that, you will go to bank accounting, business transactions, payment, then electronic bank statement. And this is only one screen where complete electronic bank statement configuration will be done. Okay, so there are like 3 or 7 steps normally. First, you will create account symbols. Means how many type of postings you will have in electronic bank statement. Let's take an example. We are creating 4 or 5. Say we'll have main bank. We have incoming postings, and we will have, say, okay, not incoming. I would say check issued, check received, bank charges. So for now, I'll create these 4, and the same description. Sorry, it is not description. It is account. Say I will create C001, C002, C003, C004. Okay, I use this. Save. Okay, then I go to account, assign accounts to account. This is where we assign the GL accounts. Now, if you see here, why this plus 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 0, plus 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 1, plus 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 2 and this bank charges is assigned? Because here we are not assigning physical GL account, because if I do that, I have around maybe 1,000 of bank GLs. Am I going to assign all the accounts here? No. If I assign 0, 1, 2, that means it will first check which house bank is used, and it will check what is a main bank account GL. So it will see, based on the standard program, it will select their subledgers, outgoing or incoming, based on the masking rule. Say, for example, I'm using city, and a city main bank account is 200 ending with 200. Okay, so automatically it will select that. If I select this main bank account symbol, and if I'm selecting Z001, that is outgoing, it will select its outgoing bank which is ending with 1 automatically based on this rule. So that's why we use masking. And this bank charges will be same throughout all the banks. We are not using bank charges specific to bank account. It will be 1 for complete company code. chart of account. Okay, so that's why it is assigned physically. Now, in order to do that, I will just copy this. I'll create for the one which I have created.
So Rohit,
yes,
do we
please.
need to mask with fill it with plus
Yes,
till the
yes,
end?
yes. Correct.
We cannot leave like how
No,
many
no, no.
plus we have to give?
It is complete. Like for example, here, how many digits? So when you do that, let me show you. 1, 2, 3, 4. You need to leave last blank because you need to have a user. You have to use a digit here. It does not make any sense. Like for example, if your DL code is 6 digit, it's not you need to use 6 digit. You have to use till end. Last 1 digit will be your number. So it will be, you need to use, for example, maximum number is how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You have to use that. 9 plus and 1 number. Basic rule is that. And that is SAP, as per SAP provided rule. Okay, so despite of that, whatever digit you are using, that's fine. But here you have to use maximum. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Same series for all main bank. That's why I said main bank should be ended with 0 always. And
Okay.
check issued, that means outgoing will be 1 and incoming will be 2. So here what we have used. Issued. So here I have used a different, I guess. 1 second. So this is issued and this is 1. Sorry, my bad. Yeah. Now this is correct. And save. Now here you have to create a posting rules. That means this rule will have your accounting. How will that accounting will happen? Which account will be debit and which will be credit? Okay. So here I will create same C00, C002, C003 and C004. Main check issued, check received, and bank charges. Okay. Now here you will assign how your accounting will happen. Okay, I'll show you. For example, you are clearing your outgoing subledger. Okay, let me first show you what is accounting for that. So outgoing, when it will come in picture at the time of say vendor payment. So vendor payment, your vendor will be debit and your bank outgoing will be credit, right? And this is nothing but your check issue. Okay. This will be credit. Now at the time of bank statement, what will happen? Because this is a clearing account. At the time of bank statement, your bank account, bank outgoing will be credit and your main bank will be debit, right? This is check issued, right? Now here I have to make this posting. So whenever this check issued posting rule is used, this accounting should happen. So here what I have done, sorry, this is debit. Here it is credit, now here it should be debit. And main bank is credit. So here what I have done, posting key 40 is for GL debit. So outgoing pay. So what will do what will I do here? I will select account symbol which I have created. C002, that is check issued debit and main bank. Main bank will be credit. So I will use the main one here. Okay. Then which document type will I use as B? So that's fine. Whatever document type I want to use, I can use here. And processing type 1, post to a GL account, right? It will have posting here. Now I will save it. So similarly for incoming, what will happen? Here it will be, credit will be your incoming and debit will be your main bank. So it will be opposite. Let's do that as well. This will be your main. So let's create for bank charges, I would say. Let's have one posting from bank charge C004, because when you receive a bank charge, what is the accounting entry? That will be posted to your main bank directly. It's not you're using your sub ledger. That will be bank charge debit to main bank, because that comes in your bank statement. So here it is posted like that. So here I will use C001. Okay, and save. So this is how you need to create your posting rules. And then, by the way, these entries will be provided your system from your business. It's not only you need to define, because they will map all the business transaction, all the external transaction types with this posting accounting. And then once this is done, you need to create a transaction type. Transaction type is nothing but format of your bank. It's just a name. So here BAI, and that will be created in standard. So you don't need to worry about that. So here BI2 is there, MT940 must be there as well. So if you want to create MT940, just copy and create MT940. It's just a name, nothing else. Copy all. That's created. So anyways, we are going to use BI here. So BI is already existing. Okay. Now, once format is created, I will just select the BAI2 and see, this is already created. This is standard. So these are the transaction types which are there. So say, for example, we have created one, 699. Okay. So 699 is assigned with posting rule 2302. Okay. So now, that means 2302 is nothing but posting of your bank charges, and 2301 was your posting of your outgoing bank to main bank. Let's see which one is that. Okay, let me change this 495 maybe. So I will assign 2301 here. Okay, so standard algorithm. Now I save it. And the final step is assign bank accounts to electronic bank statement. So here, if I don't assign any bank, that means for that bank, electronic bank statement will not work. So here we need to define, for example, if bank is sending SWIFT code, so this configuration should have a SWIFT code assignment with your bank. If they are sending bank key, then you need to assign bank key with your bank. So it's simple. So now let's assign SWIFT code in our case. So I will copy this. Which SWIFT code we are using? First, let's check. 503. So this is a SWIFT code. And the bank account number is so here I will assign the bank account as well and save. So here the configuration is completed. Now we need to amend the file and the format in which your bank statement will receive. Okay, so that means, for example, we have configured here BAI2. That means the bank statement which is coming from the bank will come in BAI2 format, and the one which I shown you. So there are three type of formats. We have a BAI2, and I'll show you that one also. MT940 also. So this is transaction type. This is nothing but the format which we are going to use. Once you've done that, might be there already. Okay. So if you see, ITAO is the format which is used only in Latin America. That's the legal requirement. They can only send the BAI files, bank statement files in ITAO format. This will be blank. So if you go there, this assign transaction type. So you need to select the transaction type you have created, BAI2, for example.
Yeah.
This will be blank. Okay. So here, for example, you have received all your transaction types in BAI2 format. They normally send in PDF format. Bank.
Okay.
Have these external transaction type, and in front of that they will explain. So that means 115 will have this type of posting, 142 this type of posting, and you need to send that to your treasury team. and they will map that with your accounting entries. Okay, so for example, here I have used 474, 95 and 699. So I have used 495 for clearing of your bank outgoing to main bank. Okay, and this 699 for bank charges posting. Okay, so likewise you will assign all these with your posting rules which you have. Okay, so for example, this is new entry. Okay, I am creating say 695. This is what I have received. So now plus minus means plus is debit and minus is credit. That means plus, okay, plus debit and minus credit. Minus and posting rule. The posting rule which I have created here. So posting rule you can see here. Posting rule are nothing but the accounting entries you have created in third step. Here I can select which posting rules I have created. Say it is a check received. So that means if 695 will come in the electronic bank statement file from the bank, that will have posting assigned to C003. Okay. That means a negative balance or a positive value, because the value by the bank that will not have any sign to it. That will have only value. So they will tell us in the format itself that is having negative value or positive value. Basically, you have to check these signs. Okay. So it's just that simple. Now let's try to create a file. Okay, so first we need to change the Swift code here. Now the date. Let's do it for 1st of January 20. I will use the date everywhere now. And the bank account number is this. Currency is euro. Okay, so I have saved it. Let's try to load this and see if there is any error. And the transaction code we use is FF_5 to load the bank statement. Import bank data. So here I have to select which file format I'm loading. So I'm loading BAI to, so here BAI format. Here I will select the file. So there are different parameters, like if you want to post immediately or you want to post only banking, no accounting entry, just a bank statement, generate batch. So once it is posted, it will generate a batch to post accounting. So do not post, just you want to display. So let's do a post automatically. And here you have logs if you want to generate logs and all. And post. Okay, so now you see table T012 does not have any entry with Banky CITI SESX. Okay. I have changed this file, okay, so it's not changed yet. I have to change this Banky. So if you see, it is selecting the city SESX. So that means the bank key it is reading from the file does not exist with the same bank. So first we need to correct. So file I have to correct because I have not changed that bank key by mistake. Save, close. Bank details 123001 101 not in table T028B. See, okay, now where is the file? So here it is saying for GB, you have seen that when we were doing that country check, bank key was equal to your bank number, that is sort code. So that's saying bank details 123001 is your bank key. That is not assigned with your bank account number in table T028B, and T028B is nothing but the table where we enable electronic bank statement for a bank. And this is a screen where you ask some questions here, the last screen. This one. So here I have assigned Swift code. So it's saying you should assign bank key instead of Swift code because you're using bank number is equal to sort code is equal to bank key. Sorry. So see, first of all, so there is no harm if you assign Swift code and bank key both in this screen. So there wouldn't be any negative impact. So in some cases, what we do, we don't have, for example, when we implement electronic bank statement for any bank, we don't know whether bank will send Swift code or bank key. So what we do safely, we assign both Swift code and bank. Okay, so there is no harm in order to play safe. Copy 23001. Because normally banks say like we don't have any quality system, we can't send you test files for test in quality. So in case you want to test, you need to create your files. But in case we are creating our files, we still don't know whether they will send bank key or Swift code, but few banks provide. So in case they provide, we know upfront before moving into production, like this is a correct configuration. But whatever they is give, we have to live with that. Okay, so now it is running and it's reading the file. It should post. Posting area 1 update runs. So that file is fine. Now it is posting based on the rules we have created. Okay, so if you see 6099 is red and it has posted bank charges, debit and your main bank credit. This is what we have created in the rule. We have debited with bank charge and credited main bank. So that is done. Yeah, so if you see, I have given 699 and amount is 207,000. Let's see what is amount. 2070 and last two digits are decimals. Okay, so 2070 is posted and currency is euro. Okay, 699 is, I'll show you that. Yeah, so what is 699? So if you understand completely end to end, electronic statement is very easy. But in order to drill down, you first, I think if you're getting into some support model and you know how to do that, it's very easy. VI2, sorry. Okay, so let's say 699. So 699 is 2302. So now what is 2302 posting? 2302. So it was 40 debit C004, that is bank charges, and credit C001, that is main bank, and that is what is posted here. 40 is and credit Citibank. So that is what you assign, and SA posting document type is used, and we have SA only here.
Okay.
Okay. So any questions? So I would suggest, see, if you Google it, you will find BAI2 format also on Google, because that's well organized and you can at least use for your testing purpose. You can create 3-4 transaction types and you try to post it. So it is better to practice because electronic banking is very in demand. So if you know that, it's very good. Okay, this is another view. It will show you what is debit and what is credit. Now, so there are, see, for example, you are receiving customer postings also. Okay, so customer postings also, there will be two types of postings. One, which are posting on account. That means you don't have any invoices to clear. Second, you have some invoice details also in the bank statement. So it will say like based on the customer name or based on the document number posting in SAP, you can clear that invoice. That at that time, it will clear that invoice and pay customer automatically. But most of the cases that is on account. That means it will just pay one amount and that will be post it to that customer account. After that, you need to do manual posting. So in that case, you will go to FSCM. And there will be another type of posting where they send any anonymous external transaction type which is not created in SAP. And that is natural. Like they don't know whether what is created in SAP or not. So in that case, they send, say, for example, 695, which is not selected, which is not created. Okay. So in those cases, you will have those postings standing here in FSCM. That case will not be posted in bank statement because those external transaction types are not existing in SAP. Okay, so here you are not seeing anything at present because all the posting which I have here. So FSCM will have only those type of postings which are not posted, which are in errors. Errors can be like it does not find any suitable posting rules in SAP, or that a transaction type is not existing in SAP. So that can be any. So those postings, you need to either change the transaction type manually while posting, something like that. So that will be posted manually. This is posted automatically, which I have just shown you. Yeah, that is in conversion error because that euro to INR, because our company code currency is INR, but we are posting in euro. So that's why it is giving an error. Let's see, 1 second. Okay, so these are the posting which I have posted earlier. Okay, so this is SEK account. I have tested it for. So this sort of posting you will have, this is in error. Okay, so if you see this in red, red will be in error always. And green are which are posted automatically. So this is green, which is posted, and the red one is not. So if you see this is red. So this was in error because of that currency, the rate, which are not, conversion factor is not maintained. So once I maintain that, I can post it. So if you see, I just simulated it and I went to the posting mode. That is what we call it, manual posting in FSCM. So it is giving an error. Conversion factor IAB euro is missing. So if I maintain that, this error will be gone. I can post it from here. That is what we call post processing, FSCM. Okay. Any questions? So anyways, we will have one more bank statement. So I want to cover a few more topics. Might be some sort of troubleshooting. So you guys will have questions also on bank statement because that will have a lot of questions once you start practicing it. We can have one more. That's where we have that in posting rules when we create. We have this open. No. Yeah, this is the one. So for example, here the posting type is 8. 8 is what? Clear credit sub GL. Okay, so that means when you use, this is DZ is used for customer payments. Okay, so when you use DZ, so it is just a number range which will be assigned using DZ, and the processing type 8, that means the GL, the subledger account which is in credit, will be cleared automatically at the time of posting. That means it will select the invoice and it will clear it. Okay, so because of that, we don't assign posting key here. When we do clearing, it will just have a debit GL. Debit is your main bank or your whatever it is, German, something German. So it is debit GL will be selected from the bank statement and credit will be selected from your invoices. Because at the time of invoices, what is the accounting entry? Customer debit and revenue credit. That time your customer will be credited at the time of payment or receipt to customers. So it will be clear credit sub GL, that is your customer, based on the bank statement amount. Okay, but that will be only posted automatically if your clearing criteria is met. For example, in bank statement, bank is sending document number or any reference text which is same as your invoice in SAP, then it will match and it will clear that automatically. If that is not matching, that will be again stuck in again, because it will not find any clearing criteria. Customer and your revenue is credit. Okay.
Yeah.
And your document number posted here is this one. Now, when you receive a bank statement, an amount here is say 1,000.
Yeah.
And you receive a bank statement. Okay. Let's take an example of bank statement. And this is say 514, and that is for 1,000 again. Okay. Amount is matching, but how SAP will know, how bank will know that this 1,000 relates to this statement, because this customer might have 5 line items with same amount.
Yeah.
Correct. So with different dates. Now they can send this in here. For example, at this stage, they can send this document number also. Now at the time of posting, if this account number and if this document number and this amount is matching, so what SAP will do, SAP will select this customer and this amount and this document number invoice, and it will clear it. That's how it works. That's why I said clearing criteria should met. Because SAP, when it is posting electronic bank statement automatically, it will first check whether there is any clearing criteria there or not. If that is not met, then it will not. If this is not there, this document number is not there, it's just amount. How this bank statement will know, how SAP will know which invoice I should select. Then it will just an on-account payment. If there is any detail provided for the invoice to be selected, then it will select and it will clear automatically. When customer pay off, they normally send invoice detail as well. Okay, to our bank. Yeah. That's what we call, say, direct debit or wire payments. So when I am paying, so for example, in normal case, when I am buying anything, okay, I am paying to the vendor from my account. I will just type in some narration, right? It is on behalf of this and this name. It is on behalf of this invoice, and the same narration will be copied to the bank statement, which is sent to the vendor. On that basis, it will select that invoice number and it will clear that invoice. In normal scenario, so same is coming in SAP, right?
Okay.
Right. So this is how. That's why we select this 8, clear credit, and if it is vendor, then it will be clear debit sub GL. 7 is for vendor and 8 is for customer.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following file formats is supported by SAP FSCM BCM for bank statement processing? Option A, XML. Option B, PDF. Option C, Excel. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to become a pro at managing your supplies? Our SAP FSCM BCM course is here to make it happen. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP FSCM BCM. It's like a toolkit for planning things, from making sure we have enough products to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to some nifty advanced tricks. It's put together by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. The best part? It won't cost you an arm and a leg. This fantastic opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP FSCM BCM Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website. Stay tuned for more updates.
Okay, so we will be just, I'll just show you the steps which we have done last week. Okay, so just a recap. So in case you want to practice, you can practice again. And then tomorrow we will start with bank statement monitor configuration. So here there are around 4 or 5 steps in order to complete the configuration for electronic bank statement. So this is very much same to the treasury configuration where we have assigned all GL accounts with the account symbols. If we create posting specifications, then we assign account symbols to that. Then we assign what will be debit and what will be credit. So if you see that screen and match this screen with the treasury one, it is 99% same. Okay, so you just need to understand how we design this. And if you like, I would suggest when you start the configuration, just create one file, one Excel, so that you are sure like what sort of scenario you are going to cover. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me share my screen again. All right. So similarly, I'll show you how you can create the file. See, in both treasury and bank statement, so you just need to ensure you are covering accounting scenarios. It's not you are covering external transaction types. Okay, so both are different. For example, first you will create what sort of posting rules you are going to create. Okay, there are different things. Then accounting symbol. Okay, then assign account symbol with posting rules. All right, so now how we will create posting rules? First of all, you need to understand from business what sort of postings you are going to have from bank statement. Okay, so let's take an example. Incoming bank clearing first, then outgoing bank clearing, then you have bank charges, commission, and then you have a customer collection or customer receipts. Then just take this example 5 now. Okay, so now in these cases you need to first see like what sort of accounting entry you will have. Okay, so here debit, what will be credit. Okay, so here debit will be your incoming customer account debit to incoming and income customer to revenue, then it will be customer credit debit. So your incoming will be credit and your main bank debit. So in outgoing it will be opposite, your outgoing debit and main bank credit. Then bank charges is main bank debit to bank charge. Then same for commission, here main bank and then your commission. Then customer receipts, your incoming debit to customer. These are the accountings. So first you need to identify. So in case you have any other posting rule where your accounting is same, so in that case you no need to create a different posting rule for that. You can use the same posting rule having same accounting entry. Okay. See here the motive behind the posting rule creation is we will create only those posting rules where accounting entry is unique. So let's take one example. I'm creating some ABC posting rule for XYZ requirement where accounting is same like this. So is it needed to create two posting rules having same accounting entry, or I can just use this posting rule and assign with this account symbol? I will just create these 5. So not need to create and again one more. See, I will create maximum accounting symbol because accounting symbol will be different because accounting symbol will be assigned with my external transaction types, the one which we are receiving from the bank. Okay. So then we have external transfer, for example, external transaction type, we have 699, then we have 475, 425, then we have 399. Say, for example, this is for incoming, this is for outgoing, this is for bank charges, this is for commission. Okay, so now it may happen I will get another for this ABC one, but accounting will remain same. So accounting symbol will be multiple, but posting rule will remain same for that. So here 299 will have this ABC account symbol, but posting rule will be this one. So posting rule like this. Z100, Z200, Z300, Z400, Z500. Okay, so here if my need is for ABC, this will be the accounting country. So I will assign the same. So with outgoing also, I will assign the same. For incoming, I will assign this one. For bank charges, I will assign this one. And this for this one. Okay. So one posting rule can be assigned with multiple account symbols with multiple external transaction types. Okay. So here, as per requirement, we will create only posting rules where accounting entry is unique. So one accounting entry, one posting rule. If there is a need of multiple accounting entry, we can create multiple posting rules. That's the business scenario. Okay. So if account symbol is multiple, that's fine. That can be duplicate, but posting rule will not be duplicate, first of all. Okay, so this mapping will be like this. Any questions? Any questions on this account symbol, posting rules? So here, based on this, we will create the account symbols. So if you see this main bank, check issued, check deposit, bank charges, so like this, you will see all these account symbols. And after that, once this is created, we will assign the GL accounts here using mask rule. So mask rule I will explain because we cannot hard code the GL accounts here because we will have multiple banks and multiple banks will have multiple GL accounts. So it's not possible to have all the GL accounts assigned here because we are not creating account symbol based on bank accounts, based on currencies, based on different house banks. So it is one per client because it is based on your transaction type. It's not based on your even company code. It can be assigned to multiple company codes as well. Okay, so it's not company code specific also. So that's why we use masking. But bank charges will remain same. It's not company code specific also. So that's why we hard code these bank charges, commission. So there is no need to mask these bank charges. In case we have multiple bank charges, that's a different scenario. But normally I never seen like bank charges also different. All right. So now once this is done, I'll go ahead with the next screen to create posting rules. So these one which I have just created, Z100, 200, 300, 5, all. So once this is done, I will assign accounting entry to these posting rules. Okay. So like I have created that. This one. So what is debit? What is credit? Okay, so I will have I can just search here what is C002. And in case you don't know accounting entry, it will be provided by the accounting team, treasury team. So it's not your job actually. So they will give you a mapping. So how it starts normally, So when we have a need of any electronic bank statement configuration, normally we get a format. First of all, like which format are they going to use? Whether they are going to use MT940, they are going to use BI2, whatever. So first they will send you a PDF global format instruction guide, and based on that they will tell you which external transaction type they are going to use. Okay, so in case you want to know which external transaction type, few samples are configured here. These are the external transaction types, and in that PDF which bank will provide you, they will have a definition also, like what is 115, what is 142, what is 168. So they will have say it is bank charges, it is clear bank sub GL, clear customer account, something like that. So in case you receive that, then business will provide you a mapping of these external transaction types with accounting entry. Okay, so based on that mapping file, you will go ahead and assign these to your posting rules. Okay, so first you assign this, and after that, once you get your mapping from business, you will go ahead in this screen. You will take these external transaction type and you will assign the posting rules here. Plus minus is nothing but whether that is negative or positive transaction. Okay, so these are 3 or 4 steps which you should be sure. And in case you need host-to-host connectivity or anything, that is a second thought, because that will be needed with your bases or either with your PI team. They will be setting up RFC connection or some PI route with your banks. Now, so this was ECC. Now, how that connection is set up, that we will see in next session, because I'll show you how to create house banks in BCM, because that screen is totally changed, because here we use FI12. In ACC we use FI12, but there FI12 is obsolete in S4HANA. So in S4HANA we use a different transaction, FI_bank. Okay, and then you go ahead and create your bank, and you can use Fiori also in order to create your bank. Then the same screen you will assign your RFC connection, your data ports, whatever you are going to use in order to access website bank data. You are going to send the file to bank. So the same screen will be used in order to do that. Okay. So they have in Fiori, as I said, like it is like very much simplified. So here you need to contact your bases, and they will in the backend they will write FTP route or whatever they're going to use in order to send the file or receive the file from the bank portal. But there it is the same screen, but work will be done by bases or your middleware team, but the screen remains same. So there is nothing you need to do anything extra. Okay, any questions? Okay, so if you see this, so here also we first create account symbols, then we create defined posting specifications, assignment of both. So there it was external transaction types. Here we have update types. Okay, and after that, final step is assignment of posting rules and GL, and here it is account symbol and GL. That's the only difference. The rest everything remains very much same. Let me show you that with this. After everything is same. So if you know one, you will understand second one automatically. Yeah, now you can see. Only one step is more here, but rest everything remains very much same. Here it's update types. Here it is transaction type, right? So in both cases, you first need to understand like what sort of postings you're going to have. Okay, so in both cases, you can use standard accounting symbols. That will be more sufficient. But in case you want to create for your company, that will be fine as well. But that will be easy in electronic bank statement, but it will be quite difficult in treasury, because in treasury you will have more postings, but here you will see 99.9, even more than 100%, all transactions are there. You just need to identify the one you're going to use. Simple. Here it will be limited, because you will get everything from your PDF global instructions for your transaction types. Okay, so here you will get everything, while you will have a blueprint session with your client. They will explain you what sort of postings and what sort of instrument they are going to use. So everything again will be discussed at that time. So this is the only screen where you are going to map all your business scenarios. Let me show you that. Okay, so see, first of all, we will have a customer collections only. Vendor payment will be done by automatic payment program in finance. 110 transaction we use. Okay, so it will be just clearing of your outgoing bank with main bank. So that will be the only transaction we are going to have in bank statement. But customer collection will be done using electronic bank statement. Okay, so now how that, see, when you receive a bank file, I'll show you. Okay, so this is the file which we are going to receive from bank. Okay, so suppose that this is the transaction and this is customer receipt. Okay, so for example, bank will send you account document number, and this is your customer invoice number. Okay, so this is your customer invoice number, and now in electronic bank statement configuration, what you are going to do while assigning transaction type, you need to set up a rule what will be searched. So for example, 699 is my customer PDC collection external transaction type. So here what I will do, I will use it as document number search. Okay, so the algorithm is nothing but the one which will be received in your bank statement and the one you are going to use as a clearing criteria. Okay, so here I will use as a document number search, and it will check which document number is given in the file, this one, and it will match the same with the customer name also will be provided here. Okay, so here in narration itself they will provide customer name as well. So based on the customer name and the document number, it will check in your customer open items, match it. If that is matching, it will select the invoice and it will clear and it will pay. This is how it works. And if there is, instead of it's using say reference number. So in reference number, it is nothing but your invoice number, or in assignment field, you will have something. So based on that, you can select here reference document number or what are the fields you are using. So based on that, you can select. So this will not be decided by the bank. So real scenario will be how it works. So instead of customer is paying to company directly, so normally what we do when we issue customer invoices, okay, company sends their banking information also on the customer invoice. Okay, so on that, based on that banking information, customer sends all the checks, all the wire transfers to the banks directly with the reference numbers. Okay, so based on that information, bank will update the payment and they will send the bank statement having those reference numbers and the invoicing detail, and this is the payment amount we have got for the customers, and using that we will clear our invoices. From bank side, there won't be any change. So they just need to send the information in 88 tag. So it will be for SAP side. See, whether they are sending us a fee reference number, they are sending invoice number, they are sending customer name, it will be in 88 tag. That is not to pay information. Okay, but in order to match it, it is the configuration in SAP. Okay, so this is where we are going to do this here at this interpretation algorithm. Here only we need to change. But from bank side, they will carry the information in this tag only. They will send the information in the same tag. We can configure our whole algorithm as well. So SAP provides some if you go down, so these are customer specific interpretation algorithms. So you can even customize as well. So
can you show us that a bit?
So that will be Z. It cannot be done by functional. It can be done by a web. Okay.
Okay.
You need to tell them, see, this is algorithm, and there are companies also. Have you heard about Hansa Orga, Autobank? So these companies are based in Europe, and even my company is using Hansa Orga. So they create a package on your SAP system, and that normally works. So, okay, first of all, this electronic bank statement will not give you 100% automatic clearing for sure. It will be more of like 50 to 55%. But Hansa Orga, that a company which built their solution on SAP, and they create a kind of search criteria, which they say like they quote like it is more than even 85%, you will get your automatic clearing. Okay, so their search criteria is that simple or that easy. So whatever you say, for example, you're getting say 100 invoices for each customer, and sometimes they are sending document number, sometimes they are sending customer name, sometimes they are sending something. So you can build whatever search criteria you want to do, and their company and their code is so brilliant, and it will give you most of 80 to 85% accurate match. And I have seen that. So it's been more than 3 years I'm working with them, and they quote that, and it is proved like it is matching even more than 85%. So we are using even instead of this, we are using some third-party interfaces also in order to have your customer collection and your bank statement matching. So we use that. Okay. So it is basically, there is a tool in SAP also, search term. This defines search string for electronic bank statements.
Exactly. That's actually what I'm looking for. Exactly.
Yes. So this is not even, I would say it will not give you a complete 100% solution, but the Hansa Orga solution, which is a third-party application built on SAP, that will give you like more of a customized solution over this search string only. They use this feature only, but there are some limitation with SAP. We can't change this a bit, but the company who is building that Hansa Orga Autobank tool. So normally when we use Autobank, we don't use this BAI2 or something. We just create a transaction type called Autobank, and we assign all the banks to that, so that Hansa Orga will work on top of each and every file format. So it's just like that.
If you configure your search string, you can link it back to the algorithm, isn't it?
Yes. So we configure here, and after that we use this customized I show you customer specific something. So you can create your exits and you can configure your search string here. So based on that, you can assign whatever you want. But I don't think you will get so specific or any complex scenario. But in case you get anything, you can create your search string and you can assign. In case you don't find any algorithm here, you can create your algorithm based on this customer specific. So there are enhancements, standard enhancement given by SAP in order to change this electronic bank statement algorithm, or you want to use any specific solution. You can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you see develop enhancement for electronic general format specific, so these are different options you have. Okay. See, duplicate, how will that be? See, one customer will have one document number, right, per year. Every year it will repeat, but you will have a value date also, right, in the statement. So based on value date, it will also again match. We need to ensure like all the combinations. So that's why we do regression testing. We do duplicate checks, everything will be there, right? Okay, so customer check receipt. Not this one. Yeah, it can be this one. 1 second. So check receipt. Yeah. So here, if you see at the time of customer receipt, what will be the accounting entry? It will be incoming account debit to customer, right? So here, if you see here, incoming account is debited, but we haven't selected any customer. We have just selected the posting key. Okay. So 01 is credit. Sorry, 11 is credit, 01 is debit. So here, why we have not selected? Because the process type we use here is clear subledger. Clear credit subledger. So posting type we are going to use here is 8. Okay, so that means whatever account we are choosing here based on the search criteria given in the statement. So for example, here it is document number and the customer description is given. So based on that, it will select the customer automatically. Okay, so based on this process type, posting type 8, what it is, clear credit subledger account. So normally you worked on this F-30, how that works. So it is very much similar to that. Okay. So for example, here I am doing a customer payments manually. Okay. What I will do, I'm just clearing your concept how that works. So I will select incoming account here. For example, I have incoming. Yeah. So I will select incoming and I will give amount, say based on the statement I have, say for example 10,000. Then I will go process upon item. Okay. Or choose open item, whatever. Correct. So normally it is, this is how a real scenario works. When you get your customer payments using bank statements. Okay. So normally how the global companies are working, right? Because they don't use manual payments, because it is like they have been using lots of customers so far. Like every region have thousands of customers. If they start using manual payment, that will be nightmare. So they normally send their banking information along with their invoices they issue, and they request them like to send the payments using lockbox or using checks or wires directly to the bank with the invoicing details. And that's how bank will print or bank will send their reference numbers of payment or invoicing numbers or customer name along with the statement they are sending. And those reference numbers are again used in order to clear. Okay. I'm just trying to give you, in case like you're not able to clear it, so you do that. So for example, this screen, if you see this, so I will enter the banking information here. So I will debit out incoming bank, then I will choose open items. In order to do that, I will select the invoice. System will select the invoice automatically based on document number, based on reference number, or based on customer name. Okay. And it will select the invoice automatically. If I am talking about bank statement process, okay, this is manual, and it will post it. So while posting it, it will clear customer account, because we are choosing here posting type 8 in the posting in the posting type, clear credit account, because customer is credit subledger, right? So it will clear your customer automatically. So in the backend, it is using FB05, which is your clearing transaction. So if you see any bank statement posting, so it is anyways running a BDC in the backend, right? And it is using transaction FB05 only, which is clearing for all type of accounts like vendor, customer, GL. So that's how it works. Okay. So posting type should be correct, because in case you are posting it and it's not clearing your subledger, debit or credit, so that means your posting type you are selected is not correct. So that's where you should check why it's not clearing. So there should be two issues. One, your clearing criteria is not matching. The one you are getting in statement, it is not matching with the one which is there in SAP. Number two, if that is matching, then your clearing posting type is not correct. So these are the two things you should check always. This posting type. So one is just posting. It will post on account. So if that is not clear, subledger account, that means it will not clear. It will just post on account. Okay. Any questions? See, in case you want to find out the issue, if system is not clearing any invoice automatically, you can do one more thing. You can do, create a session, like when you post a bank statement, okay, you have an option to create a batch. Okay, so you can generate batch. So what it will do, it will generate a batch and you can process that batch in the foreground. It will show you while posting, it will show you what was the error, why it didn't clear that invoice automatically. So you can do that as well. So you can just identify why your clearing is not working. Okay, so that's again one option. You can create a batch and you can just check. Bank statement monitor configuration, okay, which is part of BCM, Bank Communication Management. Okay, so see, this session will be mix of payment and bank statement monitor, because we cannot, it's difficult to differentiate between these two. Okay, so both the configuration are mixed, but first we will concentrate on bank statement transactions, because configuration will be common, for example. So first we will finish a bank statement, we'll upload bank statement again. After configuration is done, we see how we can track the statements. And after that is done, we will start with payments. Okay, so configuration will be common for both. Okay, so the first step in BCM is create payment media formats. So there are 3 or 4 transactions under payment media. It's OBPM 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so this is mix of functional and technical configuration. So when I say technical, that means designing of file, format, program, which will create a file after payment. And after that, say file formats, because that is again, it's not our job, it's part of a BAP technical work. So where we will create functional specs and will request for file format creation, whether it is TXT or XML or whatever. So once that is created, we will assign that in this configuration. Okay, so we'll see that one by one. So here we will design payment media format. So say we have requested, and we will tell our ABAP colleague to design a format for, say, ACH payments or wires or SEPA direct debit. So that is on as per need, and what maybe GB backs. Okay, so that is a format, and that is a type of payments. So for example, here we have created ACH. Okay, so they will create the format, and they will provide us the name of that payment media format, which we will assign here, and we will create these, and this will be again done by them, because these are the events which will be used to create format. So for example, if this is created, so they go inside this implementation and they write their codes, like they map their file format or fields, what will be the length, everything is done under this. So they will just provide us the name, or they will create and assign it here. This screen is basically used to design the file format. So it's basically configuration which is needed by a web. So if needed, like we can just assign these tags here. The rest, everything will be done by them. So it's not anything related to functional. Okay, so they will just go into each tag, and they will just code based on the requirement submitted by a functional consultant, like the person who is configuring BCM functionally. Okay, so this screen is basically technical. Okay, so let's go back to another screen. OBPM 2. Okay, so this is again same. So not to pay means, like in case in a payment file you want to update some header, like the company who is sending that payment information, you can update in this screen. That is again technical. So the layout we are going to design, that is basically based on that. So for example, we are sending wire instructions to the bank from SAP. So in case we want to have some header and sub footer information to be hard coded, so we can update here. Or any not to be information, like we want to update, say yesterday we have discussed at the time of bank statement, we receive some invoice numbers and all. So that can be done. Okay, so here we can write the code, say at the time of when we are sending vendor payment. So with payment instructions, we can add some information like vendor invoice or say a company internal reference or internal SAP document, PO number. So we can add that information automatically. That can be added. And we can have additional checks as well. Say, for example, in case of that is domestic payment, we add this information. If that is international, we want other information to be added. So something like that, we can have permutation and combination added using this not to pay information. Okay, any questions? This is not DME. Okay, so this is you can say first we create DME. Okay, so after that we assign the DME format using these 3 or 4 screenshots.
Right.
Okay, so DME will be before or after that. So first we create the name or which DME we are going to. I'll show you in the next screen. So this is linked with DME only, but this is purely technical. So yeah, there is a functional configuration also. So I'm just starting from beginning because you should know this. Like, because if there are any issues with the file format, you should know where to go and where to check. Okay, so that's why I have started from beginning. So whether it is technical, whether it is functional, you should be aware. So this is again similar. 1 second. Okay, so if you want to add any functional module or any further checks, because there are standard functional module also, in case you want to have additional checks into your payment files to avoid any duplication or anything else, any validation you want to add. So there are multiple screens. So here in this screen, you can add functional modules as well for maybe some requirement you got. But so far till now I've worked, I haven't used any functional module till now. Like whatever customization is needed, we can use using that event pools which we have seen in the first screen itself. But in case like it's not, if I haven't used, so there might be scenario where you come across some other things here. You can create, even not you, it will be by a mapper, but you need to give them requirement. They will tell you whether you can do it using a standard payment workbench or you need to have a functional module in place. Now the final screen, OBPM4, that is done by us, BPM4. Okay, so in this screen, you will assign your variants. The one which is having that payment medium format assigned to it with your house banks. If this is not assigned, for that house bank, payment file cannot be created. Okay, so this will be done only once your DME, your payment media program is done, because until unless that is not created, how can you assign? Because the variant you are going to create, that will have the format. Say for example this one. So say, just taking an example, this is Z program which we have created, which will generate a payment file, and you will create a variant out of that. Let's see how to do that. For example, 9901. Let's say. Okay, so here I will just see. I will okay, so here, for example, we are using ACH. Okay, so ACH is having a company code this. For this, ACH is already created. So company code 2000, house bank 2400. Here I will create a variant, say for example ZACH. And once I give the name, so this is the name of the variant I'm going to use. So I'll click on this. Yes, because it's not created, that's why it's giving a message. For all selection screens or individual selection screens. Okay, so run date can be any. Say for example, I'm giving today's date. So it will select the run date automatically when you are giving this in the payment run. So in case you want to keep it blank, you can keep it blank as well. Then ID number, say the ID number will be your payment run ID. Then payment media format name. So here you should give the name of the format which you are going to use. ACH. Okay, and the print parameters, whatever you have settings. Sorry, by mistake. Payment summary. Here you will give your printer name. Then come back. Save. So this is how you can assign the variant, but that is a condition that your program should be existing, because in here these are just names, because no one is creating any programs here. Come out the screen. Okay, so this variant is assigned. So this is how you will assign that variant, having that payment medium program with your company code. Now you need to go to FBZP. That is your finance configuration. Okay, so you will go to payment method in country, because that is nothing. ACH is nothing but your payment method, because you are going when you are going to make a payment. So it will be done using the payment method, and your payment file is nothing but it is triggering based on your payment method only. And that payment medium workbench, apart from assigning with house bank, that should be assigned with your payment method as well. ACH. Okay. For example, this. So here there are two types you can generate a file. One, using classic payment medium programs. That is nothing but to use F110. You are just generating a file. It's not XML. It's not DME. Okay. Then the first main is the one which is using a BCM module. Here you can create a DME tree. Now here you need to assign the same program which is triggering DME here. So say ZACH and save. Okay, that's the only change from finance side you need to do once you are creating a DME under BCM. So we will not be using classic payment, which is under finance. So here, if you're using BCM, so at this place, under that payment method for that country, you will be using the program and save. Now, next step. And one thing, even I have given that given that information during overview as well. So in BCM, when you create a payment run, when you create payment, there will be a different naming convention which will be used. And that naming convention will control whether you are going to create a batch using that payment run under BCM or not. Okay, so for that check, there is a configuration which is needed under BCM. So if you're not following that naming convention for that payment run, you cannot create a batch. Okay, so for that, we will go to OBPM5. So there are different type of batches. So it is FIAR AP payment program, that is F110, and payment program for payment request, that is F111. Okay, so there are two types, and this is the payroll where you are integrated with HR module. So we are not going to use this. Say we are using APNAR, for example. Okay, so similarly here it is already created. RB is for maybe created for the Royal Bank of Scotland or TB, so something like that. So here it is given as Z also. So Z means every payment run which is starting with Z or ending with Z, it should have batch should be created. So here I can use any of these, or I can create on like I am creating ending with R or something like that. So if that is there in the payment run text, you will be able to create a batch. In case no, because as far as I have worked on projects, we use normally this identifier. Okay, and then let's go to payment program for payment request. So here also RB, BCM, IHC, star. So that means this text should be there in the payment run name. That's why star. In case we don't add star, so it should be BCM always, which is not possible. So that's why we add star in the end. Okay, so that's just what is needed. You understood this point? Or any questions?
What about approvals?
That is like that will come after this. There are configuration steps for that as well, so that will come. First, let's finish the baseline configuration, then we will do the payment approvals as well. You are communicating with bank because your manual payment, there is no communication with bank, right?
Okay.
You are making a payment, and after that you are connecting to the bank portal and doing the payment on bank portal also manually. So at that level, this will not work. Okay, so now the most important step, which you might not need to do, but it is important to, I should mention this. So you need to activate BCM in your SAP instance. That should be activated, but in case not, you just need to check before you are making any configuration after that. If that is activated, well and good. If not, you can do that. So in order to do that, transaction code is SFW5. So I'll be sending you one configuration document, so it's there. Yeah, so this is the component fin_FSCM_bank. Okay, so if you see, this is activated. So I just scroll on this bulb icon. So that means this is activated. So if that is not activated, like this, it is not having this symbol or this sign, you just select and click on this activate. But it will be activated every time. But just like I wanted to show you. So you need to activate the component as well. So this is a screen where you will come and see. Okay, so in the next screen, we will create batches. Okay, so batches means like we will give a limit. Say there will be say 4 batches. One is payment batch up to 10,000. Then next will be from 10,000 to 20,000. Third, 30,000 to 40,000, something like that. So payment grouping. Okay, so similarly, there are some batches which is created, say high value, low value, medium value, something like that you can create, or you can create set 1, set 2, set 3, set 4. So these are the standards ones which are already created. You can use the same or you can create a different one for your company. So when you go to approver screen, okay, so you will be able to see these rules also. So when you say, you see there are batches, say 3 batches. So based on the limit of that batch, based on the amount in the batch, it will be bifurcated in these rule IDs, whether that is high value, low value, or medium value. Okay, and based on that, approvers will be assigned because the workflow module we are going to configure, and based on that, it will assign approvers with those batches based on high value, low value, or medium value, and number of approvers will be also based on that. Because high value will always have multiple approvers, low value will have might have one approver only. So that is a requirement. So that's what BCM checks. So based on that only, because the approvers you're going to assign, it will be based on amount limit only. Because normally if a company asks like low value should not have any approvers, so that will by default go as soon as it is paid, file is generated, you will be able to create it. All right, so let's go to next screen. Payment status management. Now mark rule for automatic payments. This is the next step. So, okay, so this screen controls, say, for example, we have created these 4 sets or 5 sets, no limit. So whether this will be auto-released automatically as soon as payment is done without any approval, or that need approval. For example, I have marked this as auto. So that means once payment is done, batch is created, it will go to payment file and it will go to bank automatically. But if I uncheck this, that means that needs approval. Because like if companies say like if this is very much low value, we don't want our approvers to spend time on that. It is just 5,000 euros. So they don't want to have approvers aligned to it. So you just check this auto checkbox. So that means it will not wait for any approval. It will go because there are time of urgent payments also in all the companies. So if your approver is not there, they want to have some urgent payments. So they will have these urgent payments, and they can create even one more tag, set 6 for urgent payments. If there is any limit or no limit, something like that, they can create something so that it will not wait for approval. So some exception is needed, so they can create exceptional batch here. See, I'm not doing any, I'm just giving you knowledge because in any case, I'm planning to have this session again on Saturday. So it's just, I'm just giving you a review. I'm not doing any configuration now for our company code. So I already plan to have this again next week. I don't want to make your loss. So you can practice again. All right, so let's move to next screen. So there will be 4 or 5 steps involved for workflow. Okay, so I will skip that for this session. So I will give you, when we are doing actual configuration, I'll show you how to do that. But that is not our job, but I will explain you how to do that. Yeah, so release steps. So here we will assign release procedure, which is created in workflow module, and we will assign here. So 1. Okay, so if it is always, then it will go for approval always. If you want to set some conditions for approval, you just select this condition and display. Okay, so here say you have created 3 sets. So you have 3 limits: high, medium, and low. Okay, so here you will define. So there are 3 type of payments. One is high payment, low payment, and medium payment, for example. So under that you will create different rules. Okay, see, high will have this rule, and say it will have 1 approval, and medium will have 2 approval, or high will have 3 approval. And in high also you want to set rules. If, for example, if out of 3, 2 approves and 1 reject, what will happen? And if out of 3, all 3 approves, it will directly go. And out of 3, if 1 approves and 2 reject, and you need to do the payment again. So these kind of rules you can maintain here. Okay, and that will be a code anyways, like it will be done by a workflow. But again, these kind of requirement can be met here only. And these are the roles which we are going to create in workflow. We can be assigned. Here we are going to assign the rules. Say this is a rule which is provided by workflow release step 1. So this rule will have, say, customization. Okay, say for example, which I said, if out of 3, 2 approves, payment should be processed or not. If out of 3, 1 approve, 2 reject, what will happen to the payment, or that does it need maximum 2 approvers or 1 approver, something like that. You can mention that in the rule, and that rule will be assigned with this object bnk_com. That is bank communication. This is again same release procedure. So once it is released, what will happen? So both the transactions are having same. Okay, so then for bank statement, this is a transaction. Okay, so here you will have to map your house bank and account ID, and you need to check this checkbox. So what sort of status you want to check. So what is the frequency, like whether you're going to receive statements daily or once in a week. So which factory calendar does that follow? Because factory calendar is needed, because if that is a bank holiday, and you are expecting a bank statement that you're checking, so system will notify you. See, that is a bank holiday and you are not going to receive a bank statement when you are tracing it. Okay, so your factory calendar should be up to date. And if your house bank is not mapped here, then you are not going to see the statement you have loaded. Okay, and even first you have loaded your bank statement and your configuration is missing that time, but after you then you come back and assign your bank here, but you are not going to see the statement which was loaded before that. So it will be, once you enable it, after that only the statements will be visible in bnk_money transaction. Okay, so let's be clear. It will be only visible once your configuration is complete. If that is missing, then it will not come. So now let's see what these checkbox mean. So process status is, the processing status indicates whether the bank statement has been processed contractually or not. So it will have your status, whether it is partially done, completely done, or any errors with the statement. It's not loaded at all. Different status, the different status displays whether the bank statement has the same balance as the passbook, as the SAP GL or not. So that will give you that message. Serial number status. The serial number status shows whether the sequence of the last 5 bank statements is complete or not. That means the statement number matches with the statement you received from bank or not. Reconciliation. So reconciliation, that means your open items in the internal account, SAP account, matches with the bank statement closing balance or not. So that's clear. Interval and internal units. So that means when you're getting a statement, it is a bank holiday, If that is not coming, you should check first whether that was a bank holiday or not, because bank will not going to send a statement on their holiday. That's for sure. That will be no bank statement that time. It is for the file which we are receiving from the bank. That is incoming bank statement file. It's not for payment. This is bank statement. If you see this, starting for bank statement monitor. So let's do one thing. So let's assign the statement bank which we have created, and we have created CIT02 UR 0. We have created UR01, I think so. Yes. And the currency we have created was so the transaction to check the bank statement monitor is FTE-BCM, the one which is displayed here. FTE-BCM, bank statement monitor. One second, I think I'm using the iPhone. Oh, sorry, FTE-BCM. Yeah. 9901. Let's see if there are any records. Okay, so you see the statement now. Serial number, it is fine. So GL, so it is having just one area one posting, so that's why it is red. And reconciliation status, it is not cleared. Statement number 1, opening balance this, so you will have everything you want to check. And if that is having host to host connectivity, you can display the file as well from here. Since we don't have host to host, so there will be icon here to display the file you received from the bank. Okay, so you can check that as well here. So show sort key also you can display in case you want to delete that bank statement. So using the sort key, you can delete that as well. So everything you can display here. So it is again a drill down view. So everything you want, you can just check here only. Okay, so this is the print statement. So this was the not to pay information. So whatever was there in the file, you can see with that transaction here only in this screen.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a key component of SAP FSCM BCM? Option A, bank account management. Option B, payment medium workbench. Option C, general ledger accounting. Option D, bank statement monitor. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to become a pro at managing your supplies? Our SAP FSCM BCM course is here to make it happen. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP FSCM BCM. It's like a toolkit for planning things, from making sure we have enough products to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to some nifty advanced tricks. It's put together by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. The best part? It won't cost you an arm and a leg. This fantastic opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP FSCM BCM Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website. Stay tuned for more updates.
So in SAP, we have core finance module. I'm so sorry, like I'm starting from scratch, but it is very, very important you should understand from scratch this into an FSCM module. Okay. So in the core FI, we say GL, AR, SP, bank, asset accounting. From the finance side, we consider these are the core module of SAP. And in CO, in CO, I consider cost center accounting as a core module. You must be thinking like why I'm not mentioning this product costing and profitability now. It's because cost center accounting you have to activate everywhere, and then profit center with the new GL accounting I consider part of finance itself. But like if you want, I can say profit center actually. Whenever we implement SAP FICO, then find like minimum all these modules will be there. Now, coming to the FSCM module. So in the FSCM module, we have 6 to 7 solutions, and this is the financial supply chain. Even say like this is the advanced version of SAP Finance. Simplify your supply chain management of finance. Using this core finance module, I would be able to do all the transactions, but I won't be able to do the additional features what SAP has provided in all these modules. For example, first I will take example of treasury module. Treasury I can manage with my GL, bank, FP, AR. So using all this functionality, I would be able to manage my treasury function. But I won't be able to manage the way treasury should be managed, and reporting, whatever reporting is required from out of treasury, I won't be able to manage. But yes, somehow I would be able to manage. So this is one module you can say treasury. Then another FSCM module comes as a cash management, cash and liquidity management. So cash and liquidity management. Here, the objective of having this module is to have the real-time understanding of your cash position and liquidity forecast. From GL account, using the GL account, I would be able to manage and understand like what is my effective balance with any of the bank. I have done my bank reconciliation. But if I want to understand like what is the liquidity available after a week, or what is the liquidity I will have tomorrow, then I won't be able to understand or get the report using this core finance. That's why I need a cash and liquidity management module. Then you have collection management. Collection management, this is used to manage your AR collection. You have account receivables. From there, you will get the report on what date, how much receivables from which customers are due. But like suppose if you have a very large volume of customers and you have a group of employees who are managing your account receivables, means group of employees who are responsible for the collection from customers. In that case, from the core finance module, I won't be able to get all the information. Like if I want to know today which are the customers are going to pay me, if some of the customers has given some promises about payment, like if you call customers, they say, okay, whatever due are there, or like after a week on this particular date, on 10th of March, I'm going to pay you 1 lakh rupees. All these informations are not recorded in the core finance module. That's why you need a collection management, wherein you would be able to manage your collection effectively. So one employee, suppose he is managing 100 customers, he will get the dash all customer receivable, who is going to pay when, how much.
Hey, Kumar, sorry to disturb you. Some background noise is.
Is it from my side? Oh. Now
No, I can.
So is it fine now, or still are you getting some background noise?
Okay, now okay.
Okay. So so far whatever I have explained, was it fine?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you can continue.
Okay. So in the collection management, I normally assign list of customers to employees who manage the end-to-end receivables. So they get the dashboard of all the collections, and the overall reporting of collection happens effectively. So this is about the collection management. Then another module is called dispute management. In the dispute management, so against your receivables people, sometimes customers or vendors, they raise dispute can be of different type. One can be against the rate dispute, means whatever invoices you have raised to the customer, they have dispute on the rate of a product. Sometimes it happens like quality of the product. So what was the expected quality, what was not delivered. Or sometimes it happens like quantity, whatever you have supplied, they have not received all the quantities, right? So they can raise a dispute of all these three types: quality of the product, quantity, and rate. So here, using your core finance module, you won't be able to manage all these disputed. Means suppose if I want to record one dispute in core finance module, I won't be able to. That's why you need a dispute management, wherein if a vendor or customer raise a dispute, you would be able to create a dispute against that particular document number, and you would be able to manage the end-to-end process. What is that process? So suppose if you have received any dispute from customer side, how you are going to manage that dispute? Who is going to manage from your end? If suppose you need some approval to give a benefit to the customer, then who is going to approve that? That workflow. So entire process is managed under the dispute management. Okay. Then another module is called BCM. So in the bank communication management, so here you use your bank accounting to do your incoming and outgoing payment. So incoming, outgoing payment, you can manage in different way, like manual payment, automatic payment, and then when you process your payment in SAP, how you are going to communicate to the bank. So suppose you have generated a payment statement from your SAP system, you can upload that payment statement in bank, and you can do all the approval in the bank side. Suppose you have account in different, a very large number of bank, then it might possible like your accountant or your approver has to log into each and every bank and approve all these payments, and like all this process is time consuming, right? So that's why large enterprise, large companies, they want that all the approvals should happen within SAP, and when my approved file will be generated from SAP, it will go to the bank and hit your account directly. So no more approval required in the bank side. So if you want to automate your approval mechanism, then you can use your BCM solution. Then you have Biller Direct. So Biller Direct is nothing but it's a module wherein I integrate my customers and vendors with my system. So if they would like to know the real-time balances, then you can provide the access to the vendors and customers, and they would be able to see all the balances, payable or receivable from SAP system. Then you have ISC, in-house gas. So in-house gas, in this module, whatever I consolidate my entire banking process. So what is consolidation of banking process? So suppose you have global presence. So your company having presence in all the countries, and you don't want to have country wise or company code wise different payment process, and you want to centralize all your payments. It means like globally you have company code set up in all the countries, but you want to make a payment from your central office or your corporate office across the country for all the vendors, right? In that case, you can use ISC, wherein all the company code will be work as a subsidiary, and they will supply the receivables payable information to the main corporate company code that you can create as a virtual company. Okay, and from there you can manage your bank. So all the bank will link with your virtual company code, and collection payment will happen to that company code, and all the information will be transferred to the respective company where the source transaction was generated. So these are the FSCM modules which help the CFO to effectively manage their financial supply. So any doubt on high level understanding of all these modules? If anybody has having doubt, please let me know.
So, Kumar, you said that it is nowadays called Office of CFO, all these FICO modules.
So that entire solution is managed under the Office of CFO. So if you know CFO, so this CFO is the Chief Financial Officer. He is responsible for your banking, treasury, and your collection, everything. That's why all the financial function gets reported to the CFO, even your budgeting, financial consolidation.
Is it a new name by SAP? Used by SAP?
So I'll tell you, it is not a new name; it's an old name. But this Office of CFO solution, it is basically used by the management firms. So if you know all the big four, they have a separate practice called CFO office practice, wherein they cater all these requirements of a company. And like in SAP also, you have all these solutions available, so that all these solutions are consolidated under the Office of CFO solution.
Okay.
Might be new term for you, okay, but since last 4 to 5 years, I was managing this Office of CFO solution. So initially, I was also getting doubt like why they call it Office of CFO solution. Then I understood when I work on all the modules of SAP Financial.
Hey, Kumar, I have one question here.
Yeah, please.
It's a basic one. So what kind of industries will use these modules?
Good question. So it is not necessary every company should use all these modules, right? Now I'm giving you some practical example where any of these modules can be used. So all the infrastructure companies, infra companies, you can infra company, you can say real estate, then company who are involved in power, then your road construction. So all these companies, they have very large requirement of funds, and they are into lot of loan financing. Like if you take a road construction company, then if they get one new tender for a road construction, so that entire contract would be for 1,000 crore, 2,000 crore. In that case, they connect with large numbers of banks, right? In the power company, so power company, government has a specific requirement. Like whenever they start a new project, they have to create SPV. When in the road construction also, if you get any new contract, you have to create one SPV, and all the financial transaction, like loans, issue of shares, bonds, everything you have to manage in new SPV company. Real estate. So real estate, this is a very heavy, uh, loan oriented company, wherein when they start their any project, they arrange a fund from different banks and financial institutions. So in this infrastructure company, you can say treasury will be the basic requirement. Treasury and cash management. Because they will have very large number of loans to manage and deposit as well. Now coming to this collection and dispute management. You have very large number of customer base. So suppose your industry is a kind of retail industries, and you always sell on credit, then you would need this collection management. But suppose like industries where you always sell against advance payment, then you don't need it. So you can say all the retail, FMCG, these companies would require this collection and dispute. Why FMCG? Reason being, if you suppose like use FMCG, like all these grocery, biscuit, chocolate, all these companies, you supply to your distributor, and suppose that quality or like that your product gets expired. In that case, they claim from the company whatever losses they have incurred, right? So in those companies, collection and dispute management will be the requirement. Moving to the BCM. So BCM, as per my understanding, BCM is a requirement where you have kind of global presence. Why I'm saying global presence? Because in India, none of the bank will support your BCM, or like whatever BCM requirement is there, none of the bank will support. You have to do some customization. Now, for the all foreign companies where all the payments are centralized and that is outside India, and if they want to automate the payment of their vendors or whatever payment they make to the vendor, if they want to automate, they can use this BCM solution. ISC also for the means large company having the global presence. Like as per my understanding, very few large group use this ISC solution. But yes, if you have any company having the global presence, they can use this solution if they want to centralize the payment. For example, I'll give you an example like suppose the Reliance Industries. They have a global presence and their entire means maximum operation is managed from India. If they want to control or manage their financial treasury operation from India, they can use this module. And biller direct, it is not mandatory. If this is nice to have module, any company can use if they want to give a visibility to the vendor and customer. So is it okay? My response is giving you some input.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
That is fine. Okay. So if you have understood this FSCM module and then high level, functionality of these modules, then I can move forward and I can start my treasury module concept.
Santosh, I have one question.
Yeah.
What is the difference, notable difference between treasury and IHC? The treasury and IHC can be used in both the same industry or they are used in different kind of industries?
Okay. So there is no comparison between treasury and ISC. This treasury module is used to manage your treasury operation. Means if you have deposits can be fixed deposit, then you have deposit with third party, kind of security deposit. Then you have loans, forex, security transaction. Then you use treasury module. ISC is used to centralize your payment, centralize banking process. So these are the separate functionality of SAP, wherein treasury used for the different purpose and ISC used for the different purpose. If you are coming from the bank perspective, then SAP have different solution for the bank. Like if you are coming from like your bank gives the loan to different borrowers, right? So for that, SAP has another solution within treasury, but they have a separate solution called loan management, wherein you manage the loan from bank perspective. You might be confused like what I mean to say, right? So for example, I'm giving you an example right here. Loan from managing a loan from a company perspective and from a bank perspective. Let me take example. I have loan. Now this loan from a bank perspective and from a company perspective. What is the difference? So if I implement a SAP solution for a bank to manage their loan, then what are the process steps will be covered here? So first step would be like here, like when you apply for a loan, right? So you do the inquiry with the bank, right? So when you go to the bank for a loan, you first update your basic information, like you are interested in the personal loan or housing loan or vehicle loan, whatever product they have. So here you have the applicant information. So you will provide all the information about the loan. Then based on your requirement, bank will suggest you the best product. So here the loan application and processing will happen. So they will take all the documentation. They will look into your civil report. Based on that, they will say like you are eligible for this much of amount of this loan, and they will process that. Then there will be approval of loan. So in the approval process, whatever steps they follow, that all the end-to-end process will be there in the system. There, right? And then finally they will disburse the loan, and then management of managing loan. So if I implement treasury solution for a bank, then I will have all these activities in the system, so they would be able to manage the end-to-end process. But in terms of company, what happens, like when I approach to bank with application, I don't maintain no details maintained. When my application processing happens as a company, I don't maintain any details. When loan get approved, that time, if I'm managing that loan as a kind of facility, so I'll come to facility. If I'm managing that as a facility, then I will create a facility in SAP system and I will create a loan in the system. And here about the disbursement, so whatever transaction will happen about the disbursement of the loan, so that accounting will happen. And here managing means your month-end process. So in the month-end process, what you will do, you will have the accrual deferral of your interest payment, right? Accrual deferral, interest payment. So interest and the loan repayment, your installment, all this will come and reporting. Reporting will be there. So you can see the difference between all these two. So that's why SAP has two different product for bank perspective and company perspective. This is fine. Understood now the difference? Payment request. So this is not the mandatory. Okay. So I'll tell you about just you have asked, so I'll just give you my thought on this. Coming to the payment in treasury module. So how you can manage your payment, right? From managing payment, you can create a payment request. This is one way of managing payment, wherein you use this payment request and you can use F111 to process this payment request. Now, this F111, when you process this payment, you have option. You can use normal payment file. You can download and send it to bank, or you can have host to host interface to transfer your payment file. This is option number 1. Okay, option number 1. Option number 2, you can use BCM solution, wherein when you run this F111, all the payment grouping will come to BCM, and then you do the approval, and it will go to the bank. Okay, so this is the BCM solution, and then you can use ISC. ISC, suppose like here, this process has been done by company code 1. Company code 1 has done, but my corporate company code is 100. Means I have 99 company code, that is actual, and this is my ISC company code number 100. So if I have centralized payment process, all the payment from subsidiary goes to the corporate company code, and from there I'm using the ISC solution to manage my payment. In that case, I will use ISC. So this is the one way. Second way is I can directly hit my bank account. So if you do this payment request transaction, then your transaction, accounting entry will be, suppose I'm making a payment for interest, then interest account, you do debit, and bank payment clearing account, you do credit, right? And then when you process your F111, your bank payment clearing, this will debit, and your bank outgoing account credit. Okay. If I don't want to use payment request, then I will directly payment through bank account. In this case, I can, in treasury module, I can use this accounting entry directly. So it will hit my bank account. In this case, I have to, create a custom program to generate my bank payment file, because here there will be no automation. So this is the solution SAP has given. Two options is available. Is it clear now? So what happens? You know F110, right?
Yeah.
This is automatic payment.
Yeah.
Now here what is happening? This F111 is F110 you use to automate your payment for your vendors, where you have all the open line item available to process your payment. F111 is used for treasury payment and ISC. So ISC, if you use treasury module, then what happens? The request is getting created here in the treasury module. This is the request has been generated. Now, when I'm making this payment, I'm using this request in F111. F111 is used to process the payment request. So ISC also uses. So why ISC solution use this F111? Reason being, all these companies will generate a request, and ISC will process the payment using all these requests. That's why they use F111.
Okay.
Is it clear or? So now, correct. So now coming to your ISC solution. Now what is happening? In ISC, I will have the structure like that. I'll tell you. So for ISC, your structure is, you have company code 1, company code 2, all these company codes. So these are, you can say, all these are sending company code, and here you have company code 5 is the paying company code, right? Who is making payment? All the payments are made by company code 5. That's why they will use F111. And here all the requests are also getting generated through F110. If I am using the ISC solution, kind of your automatic payment program, and in terms of doing the end-to-end configuration and getting the entire process, we have limited functionality because BCM you use in the live environment wherein a lot of transaction or information you share with your third party system, right? Okay. So, this system what I have got from Zaran, I will try to configure this ISC, and I'm not so sure like end-to-end process whether will work in ideal system or not, but I will try my best. Because anyway, your 10 session has happened wherein basic has been covered. Now we have to cover all the practical aspects, right? Right. So this is the basic about the FSCM. Now how we should take it forward. Would you like to learn treasury module first, or tell me like how would you like to okay, so first I will take the treasury and then BCM,
Then
then IL, or after treasury we can start IC. Is it fine? So this is if you ask me, then ISC is kind of advanced module. So if you ask me, after core, treasury should be the second priority, and then you should go for the either BCM or ISC. That is my advice. And if you look at the opportunities in the market, then you have a lot of opportunities in the treasury for it. You will get the good profile in treasury. For BCM, I'll tell you, in India, one or two company has implemented BCM, and none of the company has implemented the ISC. So, shall we start with the treasury module? Yes, Santosh.
yes, Kumar.
So far, good for everyone. Like whatever I have explained, is it understood to everyone?
Yes. Yes.
Fine. So this is, we can say, general. Then now coming to the. So I'm not going through any PPT or anything. I'll give you the practical understanding of the product. Okay. So first thing is like why treasury module. This is very important to understand why treasury. If you understand this, you would be able to configure treasury because you know why. So I'm going to take a very simple example, like wherein first I'm saying like client doesn't have the treasury module, they have only a finance module. Okay, and here we'll see very simple transaction, fixed deposit. So till now I have not given you the what are the solutions are available in treasury module. I'm just trying to give you high level understanding like why treasury module is required. So suppose like you take example of fixed deposit. Now I have a company called ABC company. Okay, and this company, they have a fixed deposit with, you can say, 25 banks. Right? They have fixed deposit with 25 different banks, and they have suppose you can say they have more than 500 fixed deposit. Now, if I have a finance module, then in either I use finance or treasury module whenever I create a fixed deposit. So when you create a fixed deposit, your account, so I'll say accounting interest. So when you create a fixed deposit, you say your fixed deposit, you say debit and your bank account credit. Then every month end, you do the accrual of interest. So you say FD interest, debit, interest. So you can say FD account, debit, interest on FD, you say credit. So this is your balance sheet account, balance sheet account, balance sheet account, P&L. Okay. And this accrual gets reversed in the next month. Normally, bank capitalize your interest FD in every 3 months. Capitalization interest in 3 months. So you will say FD account, debit, interest. Credit. And on the maturity, you say bank account, your FD account. So this is the accounting happens to manage your end-to-end cycle of your fixed deposit. Now, coming to the in terms of fixed deposit in financial statement, because here all the requirements generated based on the reporting requirement of any company. So when you publish your financial statement, so Raj, who is the chartered account? Rajiv, you are chartered account. Who, or I just forgot. Like you must be knowing this financial statement. So when you publish your balance sheet and P&L account, right? Sorry, means for all MBA, I'm not doubting. The chartered accountant, they know, reporting requirements. So in the balance sheet for the fixed deposit, normally you create GL account like fixed deposit with scheduled bank, right? Or you will say GL account, fixed deposit with financial institute F5, and this account you will require like always your deposit is either current, means any fixed deposit if that is going to mature within 12 months, that will call current, and more than 12 months non-current. So in the financial statement you need only this 3-4 GL account to manage your fixed deposit. So this is the reporting requirement. Now in this company they use only a finance model. They have 25 banks. So here the requirement would be what is the business requirement? They will say, boss, I want to know bank wise what is the FD. This is my requirement. So I should know what is the interest accrued, interest status, you can say, maturity of FD, when how much FD is getting matured, and your FD schedule. Now, suppose first requirement, bank wise fixed deposit. My financial statement says I only need 4 GL account to manage my entire fixed deposit. But here requirement is I also should know bank wise what is my fixed deposit. Okay. And every bank will have more than 10, 20, 100 fixed deposit. In this case, what happens if I don't have treasury module, then I create, means normally all the company create bank wise FD ka FGL account. It means like you have to create 25 into 4, suppose current, non-current, means 100 GL account you have to create. Coming to the interest status, maturity of FD, FD schedule, all these things from your finance module, you won't be able to get a report because I don't have fields which will provide me all these details. Means from finance module, I won't be able to calculate interest on FD. I won't be able to understand like how much FD is getting matured when. All the details are not possible. You have to rely on the Excel or manual. Okay. So always you have to be dependent on your manual calculation. Suppose month end, if I have to do the provision of my interest, then you have to do the calculation in your Excel how much is interest is getting accrued. If and then you have to post a manual JV in finance. Capitalization of interest. So from bank you need to take the details like in which quarter how much, how many FD and how much amount has been capitalized. So based on that information you have to create a JV in system, and for the maturity also you have to post a manual JV. So these are the problem if I don't have the treasury module. Here you can see like why we need a treasury module and what are the details I'm not getting it in this system. So any doubt on understanding of managing the fixed deposit without regimens in finance, how we manage it and what are the issues are there if I manage this fixed deposit in finance module. Have you understood this concept properly? So this concept is clear, right? So here I gave you example of fixed deposit. Likewise, you can have the same kind of requirement for loan, for security deposit, and in HANA, like you have trade finance. For trade finance, you have LCBG, bank guarantee. Then you have forex transaction. Then you have securities, means shares, mutual fund, bonds. So this kind of conversion will be there in finance module, and every product having a different complexities that cannot be managed entirely in finance. That's why you need a treasury module to manage this end-to-end process. Is this concept clear? Okay. Good question. So normally if you want to manage your day-to-day trading sales, you can manage it. If you have a long-term investment or like if you want to manage your shares issues, that also you can manage. But if you say like whatever trading is happening in NSE, BSC, if all this live information come to in SAP, then that is low. So I'll tell you in terms of shares. So what happens like you purchase a share so that you can create a transaction in treasury module. Every day NAV is getting fluctuated, means your share price is getting up or down. If you want that NAV, you can update every day in a treasury module and you can report it. But that is not mandatory. Okay, that is not mandatory even for mutual fund also. So month end, so any company at the month end they need to report their present value of their shares and all these securities. So month end you can update your values in terms of NAV in system and get your actual NAV calculated from treasury module. So treasury module is not a kind of trading system. It's a kind of back-end accounting system, you can say. Yes, so excellent. So your extension of accounting, so like in the treasury, so your accounting, you can do as per the reporting requirement of any accounting standard, you can do the reporting. But this is not a live or trading system. So this is the two objectives of having a treasury module: accounting and reporting, if an auto.
Yeah.
This concept is clear now? Okay, so this is for the day. Next session, what I will do, I will give you the overview of treasury module. Means already high level I have given here, but in technically like how treasury module works, and then I'll give you the understanding of like how all these products are um, kind of what are the similarities there in all the products. So like as a consultant, no need to understand and know all these products based on the business requirement. If you have worked on FD or loan, but if there is security deposit transaction comes, you would be able to do it. If trade finance comes, you would be able to do it, because like you cannot get the expertise in this limited training session on all the products. But yes, you will have your base ready so that you would be able to work on any of these products. That way we'll start in the next session. Is it fine?
Hey there! Want to become a pro at managing your supplies? Our SAP FSCM BCM course is here to make it happen. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP FSCM BCM. It's like a toolkit for planning things, from making sure we have enough products to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to some nifty advanced tricks. It's put together by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. The best part? It won't cost you an arm and a leg. This fantastic opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP FSCM BCM Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website. Stay tuned for more updates.
In the treasury and risk management, if you know, like we have transaction management. Okay. In the transaction management, if you divide the sub-modules, you have money market, then you have securities, foreign exchange, derivatives. Okay, so you should know like what are the treasury products are there and where you can map the solution. This is very, very important. So in the money market, we have deposits, deposit at notice, commercial paper, trade finance, and interest rate instrument. So if you look at the deposit, now what is deposit? So that definition, you can get it in the internet. Okay, so like normally deposit we classify as a fixed deposit. Then deposit at notice, we have a kind of security deposit. So what is the difference between deposit and deposit at notice? The difference is in the fixed deposit, we know what is the maturity date of your investment. So if you have created a fixed deposit with bank, then you know like when you have done this fixed deposit and when your fixed deposit will get matured. But in case of deposit at notice, you don't know like when it will get matured. It means like suppose if you have given security deposit to electricity or your landlord, if you have taken your flat in rent, so that deposit will continue till you are enjoying that service, right? So in this case you don't know the date of maturity. So whenever if you want to withdraw your deposit, you have to give a notice. So as per the definition, you have to fit the product with the right solution. Then you have commercial paper. So what is the definition of commercial paper? You should know, like under the commercial paper, you have buyer's credit, supplier's credit, bill discounting, wherein what happens, like whenever you issue an instrument in the market with discounted value, it means like you issue kind of this kind of bonds wherein you say like I'm issuing a bond for 5 years wherein it will carry a 10% of interest. So at the end of the term, whosoever will take that bond, or if he will get the full amount. Right now, he will get the discounted amount. This kind of product comes under the commercial paper. Then you have trade finance. Under the trade finance, you have letter of credit, bank guarantee, corporate guarantee. All these products are covered under the trade finance. So trade finance with ECC EHP 8, and then from HANA, this is the separate product SAP has given trade finance. If you are looking at only SAP ECC, then trade finance product is not available. So that if in ECCs any company has done the solutioning for trade finance, then they do it using the interest rate instrument product. In the interest rate instrument, you have bank limit like facilities, term loan, all kind of loans. Whatever type of loan you know in the market, that will come under the interest rate instrument. Here, like you have to understand the actual banking process, or like how this borrowing happens in the market. So in the bank, like if you have very large project, then bank will arrange a kind of limit facility. If you uh, go for more than 1,000 crore loans, then sometimes they arrange different loan financier. So one bank will play a role of lead banker, other bank will be play like subordinate, and they will arrange the fund collectively. So that we manage through the facility, means how much limit bank has given. And all these loan products, term loan, working capital loan, these are the borrowings, means you borrow the money or using all these product, and from the bank limit facility, you manage the overall facility of the bank. Then you have another transaction manager product called securities, wherein you do the solutioning for your all kind of investments in the share market, you can say share market or financial market. So you have shares, preference shares, debentures, bond, mutual funds. So all this product comes under the securities. Foreign exchange, you have a spot, forward, then hedge management is there. Then derivative, over the counter product like option, futures, swaps. And then risk analyzer, you have market risk analyzer, credit risk analyzer. So like using all these products, if you have to do kind of MIS reporting, you use risk analyzer module. So this is the gist of all the product, high level. Now in the treasury module, all these products are clubbed under 3 bucket events, wherein end-to-end transaction start to end happens in the SAP system. So it is getting started with your front office, then you have back office, and then you have the accounting. So what is the role of all these 3 offices? Like front office, who does the real-time transaction in the system. Like this is the process wherein you maintain master data, you create deal, and you do the limit check. All these things happen in the front office. Back office, all the approvals, all kind of correspondence, all kind of payment, all reporting happens in the back office. And in accounting, you do accounting. So what happens in the treasury module? So when I create a transaction, when it get approved, it means entire cash flow for that transaction it is generated. and accounting department, based on the due date of the transaction, they post transaction automatically. So all the accounting happens automatically in the system. So any questions so far, anybody having, or is it okay? Can I move forward?
Yes.
Okay. Now coming to the very important concept. So here, if you know one product, how to do the configuration, you can do configuration for other any product. So what is the requirement here? What we should know? So like I'm giving you example of fixed deposit. So fixed deposit, like you create a deposit with a bank with a fixed interest rate. Now in this system, you have front office. So you know what is the role of the front office. Back office, they do the approvals, and accounting. So you know all these transactions. But what is important here? Important here is the accounting. If you know accounting entry of the all treasury product, you would be able to do this transaction very easily in the system. If you don't know accounting, then it's very difficult to learn treasury module. So you take example of fixed deposit. So like when I create a fixed deposit, here you can see like this is the accounting entry. Likewise, if you have a loan, so there will be a front office transaction, creation of loan. Accounting will change, but like one leg will be debit, second leg will be credit. Then when you make a payment to the bank, so how you do the accounting? So here might possible like you do the fixed deposit accounting in one step. Some companies, they do the accounting in two steps. So for example, like some of the companies, they first from finance, they pay a check to the bank to create a fixed deposit. So here you can see like this is the payment to bank to create fixed deposit. This is the first step they do. And from treasury module, you create fixed deposit so that your fixed deposit account debit and bank account gets credit. So you need to understand like how client is doing the accounting. So some of the client, they do this accounting in one step only, like creation of fixed deposit. So you should know the accounting. Then at the month end, what is the accounting they do? So if I have created a fixed deposit, then from the date of my creation of fixed deposit, interest will start accruing. So at the month end, system will do the automatic provision of your interest on fixed deposit. That you can say interest accrued but not due. So this is the accounting system will do at the month end, and at the start of next month, same interest will get reversed. Then you have quarterly capitalization of interest. So almost all the bank, what they used to do, like every quarter they capitalize the interest on fixed deposit, and whatever if withholding tax is there, that we call TDS in India. So if TDS is there, then they deduct TDS and deposit with government. So this is the accounting. Here fixed deposit debit, interest on fixed deposit credit, and TDS on interest debit. Then maturity of fixed deposit. So in bank you are going to get the money, that account get debit, fixed deposit credit, interest on fixed deposit, that is income, and TDS that will get, sorry, this is a debit, it should be, and charges if there, then charges account debit and bank account credit. So this is the accounting. Now second product just I have tried to show you here is the loan. So in the loan process of front office, back office accounting remains in, you can see the accounting here. So like here I am doing the borrowing, so bank account will debit, loan account credit, monthly interest provision, interest expense debit, interest accrued no but not due credit, and it will get reset next month. When you do the repayment of loan, term loan debit, bank account credit, and interest, when you are making payment for interest expense debit, bank account credit. If charges is there, charges account debit, bank account credit. So this is the accounting. So here what I'm trying to tell you, for each and every product, if you are clear about the accounting, configuration in system is not a problem. But if you are missing or if you have doubt about the accounting, then it will be very difficult to configure the solution in treasury and risk management module. So I have tried to show you like why accounting is important here. If you have any questions, please let me know. Can I move forward?
Yes.
So now in SAP, so this is our financial supply chain management, and this is a treasury and risk management. So here you can see we have basic function, transaction manager. So basic function is about your setup the business partner. In the transaction manager, you can see you have general setting wherein we do the configuration of my org structure, you can say, for the treasury module, and how accounting posting will happen for the product. So this is about the accounting, and it will be applicable for all the products. And then here we have all the like money market, foreign exchange. In all the cases you can find like we have transaction management information system, so you'll find everywhere. Now how we should initiate this configuration. Before that, like I would like to tell you something. Like here just I thought like I will start with the small one product of fixed deposit. So first you should know what is the accounting entry going to trigger for the fixed deposit. So in my presentation, like here, if you look at the accounting here, so here I need one fixed deposit GL account, then we have bank account, interest accrued, then interest on FD, and we have TDS. So if you look at the entire accounting schema, I have 5 GL accounts. So that's why like here bank account is you do the configuration separately, so that I have not mentioned here. But like here I have these are the 4 GL account I would need for the fixed deposit. So that I have taken here. And what I have done, I have created all these GL account in system. So you can see this is my fixed deposit with bank, and this is not a recurrent account, this is normal balance sheet account. So this, like, you have to create all these GL account in system. And if you look at the interest, this is my PNL account. Okay, so you should know the accounting, and based on that you need to create all these GL account with proper grouping, where like this is my liability account, fixed deposit is your asset account, then interest is your income account. Likewise, you need to understand how this GL will be created in the system. Okay, so this is the very important. You should understand accounting and what are the GL account you will require that you have to create in the system. That is the step you have to do. Then another part is another area is like basic configuration. So if you want to configure your treasury and risk management, then another prerequisite is your FI and CO. Basic configuration is required. Without finance And basic CO configuration, you won't be able to do this treasury and risk management configuration. Okay, it means like company code, chart of account, all this set, and then cost center, controlling area. That is the basic requirement to initiate the treasury and risk management. Unless you do this configuration, you won't be able to do that. That's why today I got this system and I have done the basic configuration for finance so that we can start this treasury and risk management configuration. Okay. So what we'll do, we will start with the general setting. So here you will find we have a lot of nodes in the treasury and risk management, but all the nodes are not required right now. Okay, so what I'm going to do, as a basic configuration, I need you or I can say general configuration. So I have mentioned like here I do the org structure setting, means for in any module, this is the first thing. Structure means you do the basic structure setting. Okay, then so under this, what are the settings we will do? So you can see here we have in organization, these are the like defined calculation indicators. You can say like you can take the basic what is there in the system. I'm going to tell you as and when we will need those nodes. Based on that, I'm going to tell you this configuration. So here, this is the first thing, define company code additional data. This is the first step you have to complete. It means this is the kind of org structure setting for the treasury and risk management. You can see here. So as I mentioned earlier, you need a basic company code configuration. So here, right now you can see like we have 3000 company code. What I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this. Sorry. Just to get the basic data, or else not required. So I have created one company code IN10. So you can see here from the finance module, system automatically will carry the basic information. So I have just copied this IN10, and here currency, it is coming from my global parameter. This is fiscal year variant and chart of account. It will come automatically from the system, and then we have all these basic settings here, but right now I'm not going into the detail. Okay, because at a time you won't be able to grasp each and everything, so we'll go slowly. Okay, here when you copy this, this is the very important setting. Here you need to select like setting for variable interest rate. Now you need to understand like what is variable interest rate. Coming to interest rate concept, so what happens, like if you approach to bank, even might possible you have not approached for the commercial loan, but I believe everybody have taken personal and housing loan. So what happens, like one way of taking a loan is like you will say I want a loan with fixed interest rate. It means if at the time of borrowing, a bank has said like interest rate will be 10%. Whether bank actual rate means what happens, like in India, Reserve Bank of India, every quarter they used to change the repo rate or the bank rate, and based on that all bank follow their interest rate. So might possible after 6 months down the line, actual rate of interest will be 9.5, or might possible it will be 12%. But you have agreed for the fixed rate, right? So your rate of interest is not going to change. Other way of taking loan is like you will say, like I'll take with the variable rate. It means bank rate will change as and when the overall country bank interest rate will change. So this you can say it will be by kind of bank rate plus fixed rate. So in outside India, you must have heard about the LIBOR plus fixed rate. So in UK and European country, this LIBOR rate is very popular. So what happens, like in this case, your first rate is always linked with the bank rate, okay, of the country. So here at the time of taking loan, bank will say, I will charge you interest which will be bank rate. So suppose at the time of loan it was 7%, and then they will say I will have the fixed rate of 3%. So always it will be this plus this. Suppose bank rate has come down, so it will remain same. Now it will be 6 plus 3. In this case, if you have existing loan transaction in system, and suppose you have hundreds of this kind of loan in your system, now tell me, if your rate of interest is variable, like is it possible for a user to go and change each and every transaction rate of interest? So no. In this case, what is expected, like whenever rate of interest will change, the user in the back end, he will say like from this date, effective from this date, now bank rate has changed to 6.5 from 7, and automatically for the all future transaction, system should automatically update the rate of interest will be 9.5%. It works the way exchange rate you maintain in OB08. Exchange rate works. So if you update your exchange rate from the date of updation, system takes the new rate, and for the previous, based on the date, system takes the old rate. So likewise, we maintain the interest rate variance. So that's why here it says, like whenever you update the variable interest rate, how it is going to update in this system. So you have 5 options: zero update, update with interest rate, maintain automatically, manually, right? Update with the current interest rate. So normally we select this one, manually and automatically. That's all. So for the basic configuration, this is the basic you need to update. And then calendar is also very important. So suppose in your country, if you have defined some calendar in the system for your HR and production activities to maintain your holidays, then you should update calendar here as well. Then this is the exchange rate. So for the rate calculation, so right now no, nothing is there. So right now I don't need anything. Okay, so this is the basic thing you need to update here. So now my org structure is setting has been done. Okay, it means finance, whatever company code I have configured, it has extended to your treasury and risk management. And then what next? Okay, directly you come to accounting. Okay, So here for your understanding, I have done configuration for this step. Then I am suggesting to come here. This is the valuation area. What is valuation area? It is very simple. Your valuation area is linked with your finance ledgers. So in the finance, suppose if you have one ledger, okay, finance. So in the finance, we say ledger. If you have only leading ledger, that is 0L, so you will have one valuation area. If you have other non-leading ledger and you want the treasury transactions should get posted in all the ledger, then here you need to create those valuation area. So I don't know in a standard also why it is not there. So here a standard valuation area I will say 001. So you can say IFRS valuation area. Okay. Then next step is the accounting code. So what happens, like we have configured the company code related configuration. Now here in the treasury module, the I don't know, means in this system all the basic configurations are missing. So let me do. Okay, so here accounting code, normally I keep the same as company code. So we'll say IN10 and here company code you update. So this is the, in treasury and risk management, they have come up with the funda of creating accounting code and link with the company code. But if you ask me, there is no difference between the accounting company code and accounting code. So in the treasury and risk management, everywhere they use accounting code for the purpose of all the reporting valuation. But here, if they would have node given this node, I don't think there will be any problem. Then assign accounting code to valuation area. So here accounting code is IN10, valuation area 001, valuation currency INR, exchange rate type, always I take M, and here post to FI. You need to select this.
Kumar, the valuation currency is generally the company code currency, right?
Yes, right. And here accounting principle. So let's say the IFRS. So normally what happens, like the accounting principle, what you have assigned to your ledger, that should come here. So if it is not same of your ledger, then you will get the error. So that's why you should cross check here in the financial accounting, global setting, ledger group. So just check in the 0L ledger, accounting principle IFRS, it is assigned. It means like here I can assign this IFRS. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. In SAP FSCM BCM, what is the purpose of the bank directory? Option A, to store bank account information. Option B, to manage payment media. Option C, to process bank statements. Option D, to maintain a centralized repository of bank master data. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section.
So for non-leading ledger also, it will be posting you have to select. Reason being, like what happens, you have two ledger, okay? It means your business requirement is you need a trial balance or financial reporting for the both ledger. You need for the 0L and also for your non-leading N1 ledger, right? So you have to say posting to F5 for all the ledgers. And I'll tell you, like I have seen a couple of implementation, like where I have done the re-implementation of treasury module. So consultant, by you can say by ignorance or whatever, he forgot to activate this posting for the non-leading ledgers. And after implementation, like client always say like I'm going to use this non-leading ledger for my local reporting, or you can say group reporting. And after go live, they realize or the setting is missing in the system. So it happens. So keep it in your mind. So for all the ledgers, you need to create a valuation area, okay, and you have to activate this valuation area setting for that. Okay.
Yeah. So if you are using like more than accounting valuation areas, then we need to all should be posting to accounting FI, right?
Correct. So start with, like I will do only this 4 steps. Now we'll stop here general configuration. Based on my accounting requirement. Here no need to do without getting the product requirement, no need to do any of all this configuration now. Okay, this is the basic setting we have done so far. It will be applicable for all your company code, all products. Now how you should proceed for the product wise, or based on the client requirement, what are the products they use of treasury. Based on that, like you can do the end-to-end configuration. Okay, so to start with, we'll take example of fixed deposit. Okay, now in a TRM, always you have to follow some discipline to do the configuration, because I have mentioned treasury module is very simple if you know how to do this configuration. So first thing I have told you, you should have the product understanding. So here, what are the products are applicable and which product will fall under which solution, okay, which product category you can say. That is the very very important understanding. Like suppose fixed deposit, you cannot configure under deposit at notice. Like sometimes fixed deposit you can configure under deposit of notice, but what are the scenarios are there when you can do? Like here, debenture, sometimes I configure in interest rate instrument, but debenture is this product of securities. So you should know the applicability. Once you know this applicability, you would be able to do this configuration. Now here, suppose I'm going to do this configuration for fixed deposit, then how we should do that? Okay, like I wanted to do this configuration with you guys. That's why I didn't do myself, or else I would have told you in some different way. But I thought let's do together. Now, what is the first step then? To start the product wise product level configuration. So here I'm going to do this configuration for fixed deposit, right? So for fixed deposit, you should know the accounting entries. So this is the accounting entry I have told you. So suppose tomorrow if you get some new product, first you understand the accounting entry, and then if you know the basic of treasury, you would be able to do that. What is the basic concept? So what happens, like here you have hierarchy, you should know. So you can say hierarchy H1, you have product type. This is the first level, you can say, wherein you have product like fixed deposit or loan, like all this product. Okay, so this is the level 1, you can say. Below that you have second level, wherein you have transaction type. What is transaction type? So here fixed deposit, either you can do a investment, or if you are doing fixed deposit on behalf of public, like some of the company, they do fixed deposit by taking money from public. So here is transaction type will be always two types, like one you can say 100, 200. It means either you will do the investment or you do borrowing, means FD investment, or FD you can say receive. So if you do on behalf of public, transaction type will be 200. If you do fixed deposit with bank or some other financial instrument institution, it will be 100. So
Kumar, so is the 200 transaction like fixed deposit received from public?
Yes.
Are received, and so it's basically a liability, and that is an asset. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Now, in case of loan, it will have transaction 100 and 200, but here it will be a borrowing and it will be a lending. Okay. So you should know the transaction type. Then level 3, flow type. So what are the flow will applicable to this transaction? So flow, what are the flow? Flow means one accounting transaction. So when you create a fixed deposit, so based on the flow type, system does this accounting, generate this accounting. So what are kind of flow you will have? So you can say FD, just I'm writing creation, then interest, then you have maturity of fixed deposit, right? Then you will have accrue charges. So all these are called flow. So you can say 100, 110, just sorry, 1000, 1200. This will be charges 1210, like that. Just I'm giving you this flow type. Likewise, for the borrowing, you will have flow. $1,200 interest, okay, like that. Then this is not actual, just I'm writing something. Repayment of loan and charges, like that. So these are called flow. Now, so here you have product type, transaction type, flow. Then level 4 is your update type. So for this flow, there will be one update type. So you will see in the system update type as MM1000 plus or 1000 negative, like that. You will have the update type. So it will based on the update type, like I do the account determination, that is GL account determination. So with the update type is assigned, and then you have H5 with the, you can say, account determination. So for all the product, whether you do for the fixed deposit, whether you do for the loan, or you do for any product, even securities, forex transaction, anything, this is the flow. That's why, like, what I suggest to all the consultant, you should have this kind of Excel wherein you should have product type, transaction type, flow type, update type, so that here you will have the row wise one-to-one mapping. So how this system is doing the determination of GL account, you will understand that. And since in a large organization, what happens, you have kind of all the treasury product applicable to the client, then you will have thousands of transactions. If you do not maintain this kind of complete end-to-end configuration mapping, you won't be able to understand like how you have done this GL account determination. You won't be able to understand like how you have done this entire setting. If you get error in one product, you won't be able to identify like how you should proceed and resolve those issues. So that's why we will follow this Excel template. Okay, now let's see here. So here you can see like we have a few 1-2 products are available here. So based on our requirement, I will create the product. Then let's see transaction type. What are transactions and types available here? Okay, so investment borrowing, it is there. That's fine. Flow type. Very good. That's why if you see like here, what I have said, when I will create this one product, now you will understand. So I have this 100 and 200. First, if you just look at this configuration, all these column, that's why I have created this. So here you have for transaction type, then here for this transaction you have, these are the flow. Okay, likewise for this transaction type also you will have same flow, but here what I have mentioned, we have this update type. Okay, you can see here update type is either plus or minus. It means if I have inflow, so I will have the positive, and I have outflow, it will be negative. Now tell me, if I am doing a fixed deposit, my accounting entry will be fixed deposit debit and bank account credit. So tell me, money is getting out from me. This is the outflow of money or inflow of money? Tell me.
Outflow.
Outflow, right? So here
my update type will be this. Okay, and if I have a fixed deposit receive, then I have update type is inflow. So here actually it will be bank account debit and fixed deposit credit, right? And then we have, update type, we assign the posting specification here. Now I'll have the posting specification here, whatever 100, and then debit and credit. Likewise, system does this account. We'll see that it's very simple when I will do this one configuration in the next class. Yes, so actually for each flow type, I will have two different update type, and based on the inflow and outflow, how I want accounting entry, I do the assignment here. So
Hey,
if
Kumar,
you,
one more question here. So how about business partner link there?
So business partner here, it is kind of when I create a deal, okay? When I create a transaction in the system, that is the master data comes in. So suppose if I'm going to create a fixed deposit with HDFC Bank, right? So this is my business partner. Now accounting depends on how do you want accounting. If I'm doing the accounting in finance, okay, if I don't have treasury module, then you create HDFC as a vendor, right? And you say FD with HDFC, like this is the reconciliation account, and you link with the vendor. But in TRM, what happens, like I do the accounting in GL account based on the requirement, and this is the business partner where this is, you can say, like where I have with whom I am doing this transaction. This is the business partner. But some of the product requirement comes in wherein I create those business partner and I do the accounting on that business partner. It means like on the reconciliation account. That time my kind of configuration gets changed slightly. Instead of GL account, I do posting on the customer account. So like treasury module is integrated with the customer account, not the vendor account. So that time I do posting on the customer account. So that account is nothing but your reconciliation account, and that is integrated with your business partner. But in the normal scenario, 90% of your treasury transaction, it happens GL to GL, and business partner that comes into picture when you create a deal only. And all the transactions like here, just for your understanding, because next class we'll start this configuration. So you can see like here I have product type. So suppose this is our product type. Now this product type is linked with your transaction type. So product type, and here for this product you can see 100 and 200 transaction type has been assigned. Next step is your flow type. So flow type, it is, you can see like these are not the correct flow type, just here IDS they have given, but I will copy some actual flow type and will use for the configuration. So here you can see 1300, 1310, these are the some flow types are there. Now flow type will be linked with my transaction type. So here next transaction, I think proper configuration not there. So here you can see 51A, that is the actual FD transaction. 51A, these are the flow type are there. So product type, transaction type, flow type, it is integrated here. In the next step, update type. So update type will be assigned to the flow type. So here you can see money market, very few. So this is one inflow. For that, you can see update as are there. Negative, positive, all these are there. So once we'll complete this 4 step, means product type definition, transaction type definition, and then flow type definition and assignment, we will go to the once again in the general setting of accounting. Likewise, we'll do this configuration.
Hey there! Want to become a pro at managing your supplies? Our SAP FSCM BCM course is here to make it happen. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP FSCM BCM. It's like a toolkit for planning things, from making sure we have enough products to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to some nifty advanced tricks. It's put together by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. The best part? It won't cost you an arm and a leg. This fantastic opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP FSCM BCM Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website. Stay tuned for more updates.